I believe we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil. Joining me as co-host is the amazing Judgmental Critter.
That's me. I'm back to this design now.
The ever vitrolic young Kaiser.
This and with a vitriolic new video that's out right now.
Oh yeah, I saw. I need to get around to watching that. And the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Yeah.
Who was going to say something?
Hello.
I apologize.
you have your thing. But I was partially there for that, for the premiere of that. I saw that one of the guys that you're responding to is in the chat, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, that was honestly, I was surprised. I couldn't really, respond to it because like by the time he got there, I guess by the time Kaiser Neko actually responded, I guess the video stream was already over, so I guess he was watching from the beginning. And I was out with friends playing card games, so I couldn't really focus in on that too much.
Okay, important question. Were you on motorcycles? This is vital. I need to know whether or not you're a man or you're a pansy.
Was there 5 whole D's involved?
Well, there weren't 5 of us, but we definitely were on motorcycles, so. But yeah, there's that.
Yeah, so, today we are continuing on our coverage of Lily Orchard's writing advice, quote unquote, which I don't know if you saw our last stream, but we took some exception to some of her rules. Some of them were
a little bit.
A few of them.
Yeah, they were pretty bad. Dedarex, what's up, mortal beings? I saw Deadpool and Wolverine last week. It was awful. I'm hearing such a spread on Deadpool or Wolverine.
Me too.
People either
Me too.
Like, and it's not typically like the love it or hate it. It's literally like the full like gamut of love, hate, and sort of like middling. And I don't know how to take that.
I enjoyed it. It wasn't amazing, but I did thoroughly enjoy it.
I have not watched any of the Deadpools, and I wasn't planning on watching this one either. So
I have interest in it.
I had seen all the reactions. I've seen all the reactions online. I've seen half of Deadpool and Wolverine while I was over at Otakon, but we couldn't finish it because we were just so tired. And we had like a full day at that point, and it was very late, so we couldn't finish it. But we seen half of it, and I was fine with it. But I wanted to see where it went. There were some aspects to it that wasn't exactly my cup of tea, I guess.
Time 1,000. I was so distracted with the thought of 5Ds, I closed out of my solitaire tab. How do you get that is some deeply go see a therapist, man. That is not normal.
You shouldn't ever close out of your solitaire tab. Finish the game.
But yeah, I just found that interesting because like there are people that I respect as critics that are lambasting it, but then there's other ones that I generally like that are like, it was really good. And it's like, what is there a consensus? What is going on here? Anyway,
I don't think we're gonna get one in for a while. It seems like
I'm just here for the drama. I'm all about media drama.
I was gonna say,
I just have my popcorn.
I was gonna say, like, I have seen the fight. I don't know if there's any surprise. There's a fight between Deadpool and Wolverine in the film. There's like a quote unquote big fight, and I've seen that floating around. And the fucking monologue that Logan gives is just wonderful. Hello, I just finished binging Fruby and Reverse Fates, and now I'm trying to find something else to binge. Oh, well, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed. I've just finished Reverse Fates this last it was this last Friday, correct? That was when it came out. I'm trying to
Yeah.
Sorry, the weeks are
Did you
blurring
like it?
together. I loved it.
I
it's
know,
great.
right?
I was sitting there, I'm
I
like,
need to get
oh,
into it.
I can tell this is the last scene with these characters, but I really want the scene that comes after it, damn it.
I'm gonna binge it this weekend actually because I've been waiting for it to finish. I just need to, have some time with it. But I like the
Yeah.
first 2 episodes though. I really
Crazy,
like
because I rewatched it yesterday and I hate the first 2 episodes.
it.
I mean, that's God. I look back on my older work, like even if like beginning of the volumes, like volume 6 beginning, I like cringe at certain things. It's like what I don't know how to describe it. It's like even though I know like mechanically it makes sense, and I actually did a decent. Well, it's mostly like my readings. Like when I think about how I've read certain things, it doesn't quite click as well as it did when like it was recorded.
Yeah.
No, don't shrink everyone. Just Critter, because Critter changed her thing. I didn't realize I need to recalibrate.
Sorry. I
Sounds
didn't.
powerful.
I didn't want to be pink anymore. I wanted to be a Cyclops gremlin.
Yeah.
Just be careful about guys named Odysseus. Don't fuck with them.
Look, it's fine. Polyphemus is like her ancestor or something.
Yeah.
Mercy upon you. Sorry, I've had that stuck in my head. Because Kitty Calamari got into it and she was talking about it, and I showed her the Gigi, the Gigi animatic because she was showing off the newest one, and I'm like, no, I think the Gigi one's so much better. Ultimately, both are amazing, but it's just like God, that Gigi one is so good.
Yeah. Also, you're welcome for me introducing it to you.
Yeah, it's like legitimately one of those things that I'm tempted to actually show my family to some degree, because like I it's an animatic series, or at least with all these different animatics, and it's like I kind of want to show them what I'm doing with Sentinels, because Sentinels is going to be animatic, and be like it's sort of like this. Admittedly, it has a little more color.
Except there won't be as much music.
Yeah, there won't be as much music. I mean, there is some music. It's actually kind of a struggle currently with the music element. Before anyone asks, no, it has nothing to do with the singers. It's all about the songwriters. Not to say they're bad. It's just like there's communication problems all abound. It's fun. Yeah. I say through gritted teeth. But yes, so on the topic. We are here covering Lily Orchard's wonderful writing rules, which is really just a prolonged Twitter rant that she has towards different writing tropes, ideas, concepts, and things. It's supposed to be a list of writing tips. That's just what she calls it. It's really just her going off on things that she hates in media, often being vague, very thinly veiled insults towards specific things. Say, Kylo and Rey. Or towards...
And a unique thing I noticed reading some of the comments from the last stream was a lot of, apparently her and her weird fans will use, like, oh, but they're not actually tips. Some of them are jokes. You're not supposed to take them seriously as like an excuse.
Okay. So the cinema defense. Got it.
Well, how are you supposed to know which ones are jokes and which ones are actual tips when they're in a thread where they're all jumbled together like that?
And nothing about the thread implies there's a joke happening.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say that, like, freaking, okay, if it's a joke, then it's not funny. You failed. Congratulations. Okay.
Orion
there we go.
Says, hiya guys. Speaking of divisive opinions on films, do you recommend Godzilla Singular Point? I've been meaning to see it. I know jack and shit about Godzilla Singular Point. I do not know what to tell you. And to be honest, Godzilla is such a weird franchise to try and gauge. What are you looking for out of it? Because like that's what people pointed out. Like in the same year, we got Godzilla versus Kong, which is just popcorn brainless schlock, and then we got Godzilla -1, which is apparently a deep existential study of like war trauma and the suffering that a nation goes through in the wake of conflict. Like, pick your poison with Godzilla. You want my recommendation? Godzilla Final Wars. That fucking movie is amazing, and it's so insane.
Not only that, with like the history of the Japanese property in general, you have a very wide range of films in that the first one was very serious. I think maybe the second and third one were, and then you have like, I don't know, scenes of Godzilla like hopping around and being a goofy goober.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it's one of the like one of my friends, huge Godzilla fan, and he ran down like why it is the way in different eras and like why like they leaned in one way or the other. I think like the first 4 or 5 Godzilla films were taken seriously, but then it became much more geared towards children and like, you know, why that happened and all the different things that went into that. Oh, I know Sum 41 plays like in Godzilla Final War. A Sum 41 song plays in Godzilla Final Wars. I'm pretty sure you're correct. That is, for the record, also the Godzilla film where he fights Zilla, aka the Godzilla from the 1990s American Godzilla film, and he beats it in under 40 seconds.
Damn.
Yeah, that's because like Godzilla from the original franchise is like this weird, monstrous, supernatural alien being, whereas
Right.
Zilla is just a monitor lizard that has been mutated just slightly. So like it's a much more natural animal than the monstrosity that the actual Godzilla is.
I was gonna say, like, I like Zilla, for the record. I actually think it's a really cool design. And
Yeah.
hey, the freaking animated series did some heavy fucking lifting, making me like him.
Oh yeah.
That was
I
a good
freaking
series.
loved the animated series growing up. It was so good.
I think I only
actually-
caught like a couple episodes of it.
I
was a kid.
actually appreciate the 1998 movie a lot more after, ironically, I did my research for my Digimon video, because I learned that Godzilla as a concept came up because of an old movie called The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Right.
So Godzilla came from The Beast of 20,000 Fathoms, and the 1998 movie just puts Godzilla into the plot of The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. It is the same movie, just with Godzilla in it instead of a random dinosaur. It comes full circle.
But yeah, God, we're really bad at tangents. Like I've introduced the list like.
Want to talk
times.
about better things, you know?
Yeah, true. I mean, we're talking
mean-
about a quality property as opposed to some lunatic's ramblings on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I was also gonna, like earlier, I was gonna further delay us by talking about the current controversy with the movie version of It Ends With Us by Colleen Hoover.
Oh,
Wait,
jeez.
Wait. There's a controversy over the movie. That's new.
Yep.
Oh wait, no. You know what?
Yep.
Damn
I
it!
didn't
You're
know that.
getting my ADHD brain. No.
No.
Wait, okay, we'll pin that and come back to that later in the stream when we've gotten through
Yes.
a few
Hopefully.
through the bullet points.
It's like a
Is
lure
it Matt
fish.
on Twitter? I'm pretty chill on Twitter. I don't normally yell at people on Twitter.
What?
Josh Thomas Moore is like, I mean, try finding someone who isn't Matt on Twitter. I'm like, I'm pretty chill on Twitter. I don't.
Yes.
Really
I don't-
A lot of the like cat compilation Twitter channels are pretty chill.
That
Yeah.
is true.
Also, just kind of making sure everyone's aware. Twy is still coming out of being pretty sick.
Yeah.
So if you hear some sniffling and some coughing, I mean, there's nothing any of us can do about that other than just wish that she gets well. That's about it. And also make sure she doesn't talk
hopefully-
that much, which kind of defeats the purpose of a podcast. So she is doing this for your entertainment at her own risk. So everyone be very grateful for it.
Yeah, I'm coming out of my cold, but I'm still not 100% there. Hopefully I won't sound like I'm dead or dying by the end of this.
Do you guys plan on watching more One Piece? Dude, I would love to get back to One Piece.
Oh, 100%.
There's a
yeah.
snag in that. We'll get to the at the end of the stream. There's some things that we kind of want to touch on, but other than that, we would love to get back to One Piece. So we're going to do this, one at a time for each, one for each of us. We'll see if there's a list because we did that kind of last summer. We kind of did it several at a time, but you know what? We'll keep trying one at a time for us. Number 34. Perspective shifts
Thank you, everybody.
Are a staple of storytelling. Having only one perspective isn't a stylistic choice. It's just crap. Fuck you. Dead Space is an amazing game. Go fuck off with that.
Like,
this is such a weird one to be hung up on. You know?
It's like
oddly specific too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh wait, I think I may know where this has come from. Holy shit! I just reached into my mind hole. Okay. So you might be surprised
when it comes out of there.
Got to. So some of you might be surprised about this. It has to do with Steven Universe.
What? No way.
Yeah, I know. Incredibly surprising revelation, right? Right. So specifically, I remember one of Lily's big issues with Steven Universe was that the show, part of the reason why the slice of life moments in the show were bad and a lot of the character interactions and developments were hindered were because we never really left Steven's perspective. So I feel like this is just a projection of that.
Oh, that sucks because, like, honestly, there's a lot of great stories that like benefit from the fact that you only get one character's perspective. I'm thinking back to literally every single thriller on the planet that utilizes the idea that you only have that even the main character is unreliable because they're not sure what's going on.
Well, yeah, and you can't do that by constantly shifting perspectives. And like there's a lot that you can do, sure, by hopping into another person's POV, but there's also a lot that you can do by having a limited perspective. There's different forms of storytelling, and you can't do one form of storytelling by constantly shifting around to different POVs.
Yeah, like say a mystery story. Like the whole point of a mystery is classic Sherlock Holmes. The whole idea is that you're investigating a crime scene or you're investigating a specific issue. And that only part of why that works usually, or at least the traditional way that it works, is because, okay, we are trying to learn things in the same pace as like the main detective or investigator that we are following. By having another perspective or following a character's different perspective, that risk like giving the game away, which beats the whole point of a mystery.
Or you're like a stranger in a strange world story, like Alice in Wonderland. The point is seeing like this amazing world from the perspective of a neutral force. So if it's someone from Wonderland whose perspective we're jumping into, it wouldn't work anymore, you know?
Yeah. Well, also, I've heard of a book that changed POVs when it really shouldn't have. It was a thriller story about a guy who would kidnap a bunch of girls and name them after flowers and like basically treat them like objects that he would like have and hold and use for whatever purposes he wanted. And then that was supposed to be in the main character's POV, the most recent kidnapping victim. And then like occasionally, I think toward the end of the story, the POV would just shift occasionally into the kidnapper's perspective. And it's like, but why? We don't, like, we know why he does these things. We don't need to be in his head and to listen to his delusional thoughts because we already know that he's delusional.
George J.
And I'm pretty sure that was only done specifically to have a twist at the end for no apparent reason. that in between the chapters of the characters that we've been following's POV and then her new POV toward the end, she suddenly fell into his manipulation and became obsessed with him like he wanted to.
Oh, Stockholm syndrome.
Sure.
Yeah, she became affected with Stockholm.
Mhm.
In between the last chapter that it was her POV and the POV of the most recent chapter, that was only done to change into his POV so that you could have that revelation that she had suddenly changed.
George J says, would Shutter Island be a good example of using a single perspective? I've actually never seen Shutter Island, though I hear about it a lot.
It's super good.
I know it.
It is good.
I already know a lot about it, but yeah, it's a good example of that because like the entire point is like it's the character trying to unravel things. I mean, Silent Hill, they're remaking Silent Hill 2. The Silent Hill games typically don't cut away from the main character.
On that note, basically every video game, their story hinges on the perspective of one person.
Oh, well,
Right.
I was tempted to make that, but then I remember like Kingdom Hearts exists and a lot of Final
Yeah.
Fantasy.
Like
There's
certain
a lot of games that
MMOs and
actually
things
do
like
take
that.
a typical angle that you would have different like cutscenes and things that you see from
The
video games.
I'm still
majority
willing,
of
a
video
majority
games.
of video games do that, and like they still succeed at least from a storytelling perspective.
Oh, Mega Man
So, like-
actually probably.
Yeah,
a good
Mega Man
example.
absolutely does.
doesn't hop around things.
In fact, fucking Mega Man Star Force, I think, the Mega Man with like the best written story in my opinion. The whole thing about that is that the reason why we follow the main character Gio's perspective is that this is a kid who is grieving over the loss of his father, who is so in that grief that he cannot, does not have the courage to make connections with other people, in sort of like risk, and then have to deal with the risk of losing them for whatever reason as well. Now, of course, there are some like cutscenes and perspective shifts, but I don't think the story would be as strong if we follow those other perspectives frequently.
Orion Lupin says,
Oh wow, even more than 0, 3, and 4 CBF. Okay, I won't say that. Okay, the second best written Mega Man story.
Orion Lupin says, I feel like a film series that did perspective shifts well was Saw, with how they did both trap and cop plots. Okay, I will respect the idea of the perspective shift. Whether or not those perspectives themselves brought benefit to the story, look, Saw is a very complicated series to get into when it comes down to the quality of its writing. It's often not very good and filled with a lot of contrivance, but I can give you that, especially after the second film where they did a lot of, I think, creative transitions. I know some people mock them online. I like when you do fluid transitions, like a character getting kicked through like a glass wall and the camera pans over following them, and then you're suddenly in a hallway with a completely different character smoothly. It's like you could doing that is, I think, just very interesting. But like I can agree to the shifting element of things. Not hey Hilariman, shall we play a game? No.
I think it works better for some Saw movies over others, and I think it really depends on like how tied together the Saw trap plot and the cop plot works. Like, I think it works really well with the first movie, really well with the second movie, okay with the third and fourth films, and then kind of for the others.
Yeah, sure.
I'm still to this day sad that Welshie never finished his Saw retrospective. His input was very fascinating to watch, but he retired before you could do it. Do it all. I think he got through Saw 4 or 5 before he tapped out. Anyway, who wants to take the second one, or should I say 35?
Well, I will.
Sure.
Yeah. 35 if you're making a cartoon, hire writers. Don't just have your storyboarders write the story. That's not what they're there for. Artists draw, writers write. Artists cannot just take over for the writers on a whim.
So this is Steven Universe.
Okay, this is another Steven Universe one, yeah. She's complained about this.
Fuck you, Lily. As
You
an
don't know
artist-
anything about the writing process. For one thing, a lot of people do double duty. Also, your ability to draw does not inversely affect your ability to write, for a second.
Mhm.
Third,
Yeah.
there are quite a number of different movies that have been created purely out of storyboarding. One of them was actually an incredibly successful film. That was part of the Mad Max franchise. You know, that really big one that came out a couple of years ago.
Oh, very
What was it again?
Wasn't Lion King also primarily told through storyboarding? Aren't most
I wouldn't be
Pixar and Disney
surprised.
films done that way?
Yeah.
I'm not
It's so
entirely sure.
weird.
Also, you got to be
I-
careful what era Pixar and Disney, because
Yeah.
That is fair. Yeah.
modern stuff hasn't exactly been hitting the nines, especially. God, I am the D23 announcements. It's like just all sequels and remakes. And just,
Mhm.
oh my god,
We're not talking about quality films. We're talking about which
Sure.
ones were written via storyboarding.
But I want to point
Yeah.
out, like, working on Sentinels right now, I've gotten down to to my fingernails doing storyboarding on my own. I'm the lead writer. I wrote the entire script for episode 1, and I'm planning the rest of the series. Hopefully it takes off, but like I'm doing the storyboarding along with all my other storyboarders. So it's like you got to get down in the trenches. If you have an idea in your mind and you want to direct someone the right way, sometimes you got to put in the legwork. So like by transitive property, you're insulting me now. So fuck you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
a
okay,
lot of really small studios have to double up their people.
yes. And
Also,
like,
some studios cut out the middleman entirely. Like, rather than have someone sit down and write, this character turns and does a jump and a high kick, it's easier for them to just draw the animatic or the storyboard because it'll speed up their process or something like that.
right. And like either way, if we can, look this stuff up, there's probably plenty of some good stories that, that are primarily like written by storyboard artists. And just because your back broken because Steven Universe didn't do it well, that's not the storyboarder's fault.
Raymond,
That's a fault of just poor directing, of
Raymond
poor
swore
direction.
this is serious, people. Like even as like a facetious joke, that doesn't work. It's like I swear worse than most sailors. I don't.
This whole tip is clearly just Lily didn't like Steven Universe, but doesn't know why. And so she's like randomly grasping at random things to be like, oh, this must be a part of the reason why I didn't like it. The storyboards.
Like, it's so weird because to have it as a rule or a tip, I guess, implies that there were other stories or other shows that do the same thing or have the same problem. But like, what aside from her disliking Steven Universe because of the storyboarding, I don't remember her disliking any other show because the artist took over or whatever the fuck like that. Like, what other shows are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like I said, it doesn't matter because like the majority of animation has a script and then a storyboard, and that's how you get the animation from the storyboards. That's just standard practice.
Yep.
But even if you take the writing completely out of it and you have purely storyboard, you still end up with something like Mad Max Fury Road, which was created entirely via storyboard. Do you know what its predecessor was? An episode of fucking Reboot. Yeah, they got the inspiration for Mad Max Fury Road from an episode of Reboot.
Wow.
I still can't get over that Fury Road was so good. The studio was like, here, have like $30 million more. Go make this film better now. Like, go
Yeah.
back to that fucking desert, and you film more shit blowing up.
Mhm.
I want to hear more stories like that, Hollywood.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. 36.
I'll go next.
Yeah.
Related to Rule 2. Will they, won't they, isn't a fun story. It's just addiction peddling. We need to stop pretending Ross Rachel was good storytelling and learn to appreciate Chandler Monica and Joey Rachel.
Is this a Suits reference?
No,
I finally started
Friends.
watching.
Oh, it's Friends.
It's Friends.
Dude, wait. Oh, wait a second.
It's her favorite
Dude,
show
it's
ever.
Ross and Rachel again in just a different show. My mind is getting mixed up. Because the main character in Suits is Ross, and he gets with a chick named Rachel, and that's sort of a will they, won't they thing.
Yeah, it's almost like Friends was like incredibly popular, and maybe somebody wanted to have their show be reminiscent of that really popular show that we all remembered from the late 90s.
Also,
Well, I will
okay.
say his first name is Mike. It's Mike Ross, not Ross, but you know.
Also, this tip is dumb because Joey Rachel was a will they, won't they, and they won't. That they didn't in the long run.
Yeah, that's wild. But yeah, I guess to say the obvious, will they, won't they stories can be done well. They can also be not done well. Like, just because
Yeah.
you only seen the bad ones doesn't mean the good ones don't exist.
Yeah,
Like, have you ever
Exactly.
just curled
and
up
not-
and watched some crazy teen romance drama where everyone takes everything so seriously because it's high school and whatever? I love that stuff.
Okay.
Charles?
Yes.
This might out me like in some way. I don't know what people's opinions on Nagatoro is. Like I actually find it was a very cute series.
Yeah.
I think it's very endearing. I know people have like opinions on the high school romance genre in manga
Anime
and such,
and stuff.
but
yeah.
like, my God, it was really compelling to see the growth of this dynamic relationship from antagonistic to
Yes.
friendship to romance, and the way that these two different characters approached it, and the growth of the main character as he slowly came out of his shell and became this much more confident person. That,
Yeah.
his whole thing was at the very end, he actually gave the speech to the school when he started out being the most like weak-willed person in his class. It's like,
Yep.
the idea of these two characters that
that
are
show.
actively bettering each other, and that's the heart of the story, and the will they, won't they plays a backseat to that, yet we're still
Yeah.
pushing for them because they both feel this way for each other, and we all know that they're like, there's a lot of different ways to play a will they, that won't they, and what you're describing is so catch-all. I don't even remember what it's like in Friends, but like,
Well,
Yeah.
technically,
I've never seen it, but-
any romance is technically a will they, won't they, because you're not sure in the end if they're going to get together or not. Because,
Alright.
like Critter said, the Joey Rachel, was it? That was a they don't.
Yeah.
Like, they don't get together in the end. That is the inverse. That is the won't they of the will they, won't they. Wow,
Yeah.
it's almost like a will they, won't they won't always end up as a will they.
Like I can barely think of like a Western example, but the closest the first thing that comes to my mind is Kaguya-sama Love is War, right? There's a reason why that show for the most part is will they, won't they, and why it takes about like quite a few seasons in order for them to get together. When you look at like the different lives that both of them have and how just incredibly adverse to genuine connection their environments are, it makes sense for the two characters to be like, do I want to be with this person or do I not want to? It depends on the story.
Kev's Collectibles, can Modern Peter and MJ classify as this? I'm sorry, Modern Peter and
Oh my
MJ
God.
classify as a car wreck.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if you like. I'm not even in the comic circle, and I have people in the tundra that are posting about the absolute nightmare that is tracking
Yeah.
MJ and Peter's relationship in the comics.
Absolutely. That is the equivalent of just like a dead cow that you're still milking.
Honestly, part of the reason why I don't get into like the mainstream comics of DC and Marvel is because it is just a high school soap opera, but for like quote unquote boys in that sense. It's like I can't follow this. This is more convoluted than Pretty Little Liars.
I was about to say more convoluted than Degrassi.
Yeah.
Ryan Lincoln says, "My dress-up Darling and Komi-san is the best will they won't they I've seen." I mean, they're not bad, although I find Komi-san just has gotten overly long to the point where like I kind of glazed through a lot of the chapters because they're not really doing much. It's still fine. It's not like harmful or anything. I've not seen My Dress Up Darling. I know people like that. I do recommend kind of stretching outside of your comfort zone. Fruits Basket. Great example
Oh yeah, absolutely, 110%.
Fruits Basket had a love triangle in it. Like, like a really
it was good.
Multiple of them that were really good. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I have two things I want to say. First thing, there's landscapers outside trimming trees, so if you hear horrible machine noises, it's me. Sorry. Second thing,
it's not me this time.
Yeah, it's not the robot for once. The other thing is, I think it's interesting how her wording is addiction peddling for this tip. I get the sense, especially after everything that we've seen, especially lately, Lily cannot really handle conflict even in a fictional setting, and that's why like she doesn't like the will they won't they thing. She wants things to be nice and tidy and put in a specific way with no problems whatsoever.
She's as thin skinned. She's even more. Dude, Eric Cartman would be jealous of how thin skinned this chick is. Seriously. Like,
oh my god, can you imagine Eric Cartman learning about Lily Orchard? I
don't think he'd like her.
Well, I want that episode of South Park where he like does
it would be like looking
shit.
in a mirror.
Like, hi, you like this chili I made you? Well, I made it out of your parents. It's like, oh my god.
But he would hate her because they're too much like each other.
Exactly. But like to make it clear, again, she's so like backbroken because of allegedly bad examples of these things in media that she not only, it's not just that she's saying, hey, I don't really like will they won't they stories that do this kind of stuff. I prefer them, my romances happen a little bit earlier in the story, which is fair, right? She is projecting that into an ought statement. She's saying we ought not have these will they won't they stories because they're addiction peddling to the audience, implying that the audience just wants the chase rather than caring about the story, which is totally not patronizing at all, guys.
Yeah, but I do think that that's a little bit weird, and Critter did point that out, that it is really weird that she emphasized it as addiction peddling, because I do think in some way she does see someone being conflicted about whether or not they want to get into a relationship with someone as some sort of drug, that they are like this other person is some sort of cocaine or something that they're sniffing, and they just can't get enough of them, so they can't just like leave the potentially abusive relationship, even though that it might not even be abusive.
That is a kind of a fucked way of looking at it, but
it's similar to why she doesn't care about shows with spoilers, and she thinks if you're hooked on a show and spoilers would ruin it for you. I think it's like she can't handle emotional outbursts, even if it's something something like a story-driven narrative.
Which is weird because she is the most emotional out of anyone else on the earth. It's so
honestly, this girl needs therapy. So much therapy.
And if she is getting therapy, which she says that she has, they're not doing their job.
Exactly. Sorry. Like, she must be doing something, like lying to them or something, because according to her, she's been going to therapy for a very long time. She's been in an institute in order to get help. And yet, this is still how she acts after all of that.
It's the institute from Fallout 4.
Something's gone wrong.
She's been replaced by a replicant. All right, Kaiser, you want to take 37?
Oh yeah, sweet. Okay. Still on the romance train. Romance trope but gay is not an absolute rule to live by. If She-Ra taught us anything, it's that gay Raylo was not actually an improvement.
Shut up.
Okay,
For one thing. Hey, no, let me go off for a sec because one, this inherently like gets under my skin because it kind of has this underpinning of if you're making an LGBT relationship, then it needs to be special. You cannot make it anything similar to a hetero relationship or else it's just wrong. In which case, you're kind of treating gay people like they're a different fucking species, which is really gross.
I was about to say, we make these things for fucking human beings, not space aliens, you know? There's gonna be quintessential things that we are going to understand, okay? If I just so happen to make a gay romance and it's pretty similar to freaking Beauty and the Beast or something like that, that's not a bad thing.
That'd be
Why
great.
did you describe Bumblebee?
Well, I'm actually going to use Bumblebee as my example because a lot of fans are like, well, you can't compare Bumblebee to a different het relationship because they're gay.
God,
and it's like they're not aliens. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
Well, I mean, if
I
you look at
always-
them without their hair,
relationships.
they might be aliens.
maybe.
Their head shapes.
Dude, every time you confront those people, ask them this question. Aside from the fact that they are gay, what is inherently different about a gay relationship and how that forms in a story compared to how a straight relationship forms in a story?
It's like,
Like there is no they would come up short because there is no real difference aside from it whether or not it sets place in our reality or our real world context.
Give some benefit to Lily here. There is an element, there's a kernel of truth that I do agree with here, actually, in this statement, which is just by making a trope, applying a romantic trope to a gay couple does not automatically improve the trope inherently. Like, basically, the idea is like, gay or not, a trope is a trope. It doesn't really malform in response to whether or not the couple it's applied to is gay or straight or what have you. An alien, I guess, is the other option. I'm not sure.
Oh, that was going to be my second point, actually. The Raylo thing, because a lot of people had been going against the concept of Raylo as a relationship, and I just want to point out that there has been a book that has come out that is just Raylo, but with the serial numbers filed off. Like, you can look at the drawing of the couple on the cover, and you can see that it's just them. But they're in an AU. It's a scientist AU, and it was really incredibly popular.
Well,
and really well received.
I was going to say about the She-Ra thing is you can't equate She-Ra to Raylo. For one, in She-Ra, Ketra and Adora actually have a relationship of some sort. Meanwhile, Rey and Kylo barely interact. When you actually, they've talked to each other a grand total of like 7 times throughout the entirety of the sequel trilogy, as opposed to Ketra and Adora, who not only grew up together, but had regular bouts with one another where they went back and forth as to who beat who, and actually arguing over their ideals and their positions in the war, actually discussing why they were doing it in their relationship. Like, there's a lot to She-Ra that actually had a lot work.
Yeah, She-Ra has way more effort put into that.
Like, the ending of the relationship has issues. I do not deny that. But all the work getting to that point actually had a lot of legwork, as opposed to Raylo, which I think was literally the back and forth of just scrambling. They didn't know what they were doing with the characters.
I don't think that it actually matters, because at the end of the day, what Lily is getting at is enemies to lovers is inherently bad, and it doesn't matter if it's She-Ra or if it's Raylo. And making it gay doesn't make it better because it's still enemies to lovers at the end of the day, and enemies to lovers is icky, and I don't like it. And I'm saying, inherently, Reylo as a concept isn't inherently bad. It can be done well,
Yes.
it can be written well, and it can be incredibly compelling. And it doesn't matter if it's a het ship or a gay ship, it can still be written well, Lily.
Yes.
I know how much she hates that phrase, but then all she would really need to argue back is, okay, tell us what's inherently bad about an enemies to lovers relationship. Go ahead.
Yeah, in which case, the only thing that she'll say is abuse.
Yeah.
It glorifies abuse, even though the whole point is that they grow past the fucking abuse.
Do you think the reason she doesn't like it is because she sees reflections of herself in it?
Oh,
Probably.
dude,
A million percent.
if we psychoanalyze this shit, we're going to be here all night.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the point, isn't it? We're kind of digging into, like, why the fuck are you saying something so ludicrous? You're an idiot.
It's because I think in her mind, she could never fathom the idea of making things better. Like when she decides she doesn't like somebody or something, she sticks to that concept for the rest of her life. And nothing you do or say can change her mind. And so that would involve having the slightest bit of self-introspection to grow to be a better person. Because she doesn't realize she's the enemy in the concept of enemies to lovers.
Yeah, it's very fascinating how much of herself she puts out there, but she doesn't realize that she's putting as much of herself out there as she is. She just thinks that she's explaining to people about her trauma, when in reality, it really is showing a lot of the dark, messed up aspects of her psyche that make her an unlikable person in a lot of people's eyes that has nothing to do with her takes on media. It's just that her takes on media are informed by the fact that she is a terrible person.
Did you see her Venn diagram?
I might have, yeah.
Of siblings, friends, lovers.
Yes.
And all three intersect at some point.
Yeah.
And she was like, no, like, lovers can be like, I love my family. And it's like, that's definitely not what
That's
you meant.
I hate the word lovers for a number of different reasons. Like, it's because, like, it can be as vague as that. Like, I don't know why, like, people make it that way in some circumstances, and it annoys the fuck out of me. And then at times it can mean like, oh, they're my lover, and it's like, okay, they're your romantic partner, they're someone you spend a lot of time with. But then you use they're my lover, and it's like, oh, so they're your side piece. And it's like, I hate how vague lovers is. People, please be specific with your language. If you're having an affair, just tell me she's the side chick.
Also,
look.
in my life would I call a sibling lover.
Yeah, no. Look,
Same.
we've had different words for different types of love for 5,000 years, Lily. 5,000 years. There is no reason for you to call every single one of them just blanket term love. We have, and forgive my lack of Greek pronunciation knowledge here. We have like agape, eros, philia, philotia, storge, and xenia. These are all different types of love. They have been condensed down into their own separate categories, and you should not and cannot confuse one for the other.
Ryan
is... Sorry.
I was going to read out the super chat. Orion Lupin says, the best enemies to lovers I've seen is Dipper and Pacifica from Gravity Falls. Does that actually lead to enemies to lovers? Like, I've seen...
I mean, it doesn't really...
I've seen
they
bits of it.
become a little bit...
Like,
they become a little bit friends, but not like they don't actually get together.
Full disclaimer, I've not watched Gravity Falls. It's on my bucket list somewhere.
Okay.
But like, I know about Dipper and Pacifica. I know that they have a rocky rocky like dynamic at first, and like gradually over time they learn to love and respect each other.
Sure.
As friends, I should clarify. I don't know if
like
they
there's
ever
a bit of
reached...
flirting there, like there's a little bit of flirting there, and people make their own AUs and shit about that. Like, but it doesn't really lead to a relationship.
Owl House, Luz and Amity, like they're actually a really well, ironically.
Oh yeah, true. Doesn't Lily like Luz and Amity?
That's a good question.
I forget.
What fascinates me about this is that, like, ironically, of the dynamic, the one that's initially the most hostile becomes the healthiest member of the pair. Meanwhile, the person that's seemingly the most, like, kind and gentle one is actually the most toxic because she keeps fucking lying to Amity. Luz, you are a shitty girlfriend in the middle half of that series.
Yeah. Quickly, I'm just gonna go look at the three that I was going to talk about before the super chat.
Right.
Okay, you have philia, which is affectionate love as in affectionate regard or friendship, and storge, which is love and affection, especially from parents and children or siblings. And then there is the eros, which is the love or sexual passion. Lily is conflating all three of these things into one package.
Which is wild.
Yeah,
like there is if you want to do that in fiction, go right ahead. Don't do this in real life. This is a very bad idea for a number of reasons.
Yeah. And like some might say that, hey, maybe she's just having a bad media takes. Why are you guys saying all this stuff about her? Here's the thing, okay? Lily does this about other people and others' media takes all the fucking time.
No, we also know some of her history and
well, that too. But the foremost reason, even if we didn't know her history, when you actively attack people's like person just because of fucking takes about a freaking cartoon, I say talk shit, get hit. You psychoanalyze me because I play fucking Mega Man. I'll do the same thing back at you just because you play Call of Duty, bitch. Done deal.
So 38. I think it's me now. We're back at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
I think I remember when we read this off initially years ago. 38.
Yeah.
Someone on this hell site once made the remark, "We need more lesbian non-con because purity is boring. That is a dangerous, violent person. Do not listen to them. They do not have a point. Seriously, my fucking God, what is wrong with you people?" All right.
I feel like...
So, I have an interesting anecdote. I have a friend that is passingly interested in psychology, particularly sexual psychology. Sure. And she once commented that things like, she used a stronger word, but non-con fantasies are actually a healthy coping mechanism in some way, shape, or form. In fantasy form. I want to be very clear, purely fantasy form, as in it's not brought into reality. And the reason why is because there is a permissiveness. There are people that feel like they don't have control in the world, or that they are not allowed to do something. And the act of non-consent gives them, in a way, permission to do the things that they want to do, or permission to partake in actions that they want to partake in, while it's not them to blame. So there's like an interesting psychological thing there. And I imagine there's other facets like that could also be explored as to why people like things like this. Like,
sure.
And I also agree. Purity can be boring. Sometimes you need conflict in a relationship for interest. It's why you often get like the often short-sighted decision of breaking up the pairing before getting them back together later down the line. Like, that's why you get the will they, won't they, and that sort of thing. Oftentimes, sticking with a relationship has the difficulty of trying to make it interesting digestibly, which you can do. It's just a little more legwork than the will they, won't they.
Correct. And also, can I just say, this is another, this is like another episode of Lily just being eternally stun locked. All right, on Twitch, they have like, I think on Twitch, they have this expression, you're getting one guide. She's getting one guide right now. She is so stun locked by one freaking person saying something that she thinks is so dubious, and she's projecting it onto everyone else. It's ridiculous.
Also, despite being a lesbian, she doesn't seem to know the history of how lesbians are portrayed in media. And I'm not a lesbian, but even I know of it because I have lesbian friends, and they talk to me about this sometimes. Lesbians are only ever depicted as perfect little angels in media. And a lot of people have been talking about how it's actually detrimental to only have perfect, sunny, sweet, diabetes-giving depictions of lesbianism in media, and that we need more realistic representations of lesbianism in media. And sometimes those depictions are darker, and that's okay, because that shows lesbians are people.
Also, there's such... Okay, let's not kid ourselves. There is a huge spectrum of the world of relationship dynamics and sexual dynamics between purity and non-con. There's a ton, even just like BDSM or something.
Roughhousing.
So,
Yeah, exactly.
It's the thing of Lily thinks if you write something, you are in support of that something, no matter if it's in a fantasy setting or if it's like anything like that. Because she's a moron, I guess.
Well, like I said, for someone who is all about, let's just say, progressive ideals, she thinks in a very binary way. I'm gonna just say that.
Oh yeah, she comes off more as like one of those fake progressives, to be honest with you. Like, she has very strict and very conservative ideals about these very liberal concepts, and then she keeps talking about how we need to have these liberal concepts, but you have to do it in this specific conservative way, or else.
Derek's out here reminding me of the line, lesbians are good at solving crimes, from Vilma.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
So bad. It's so dumb.
I am so glad that show is dead.
This whole tip, it just feels like a pearl clutching Karen, honestly.
Really does.
This grocery store is selling almond milk. I don't like almond milk. Then don't buy it.
Yeah.
Walk away and be a grown-up.
If I may, I'll give you guys a preview because I'm still very far away from releasing my video, but I talk about this exact thing in my video that's coming out on Lily. I say I hate this mentality. This idea that everything the writer does is automatically because they believe something or hold particular politics or have this or that fetish or whatever. People can write for more than their personal interests. Stories can go beyond what the author is as a person and can be more than what the author thinks or believes. There is no rule that says that an author can only ever write stories that fit into their personal belief systems. People have the ability to write and create things that they have that they have an interest in creating without personally having to be invested in that one way or another. I don't like how AI is changing the artistic landscape and the push to constantly have machines do everything in place of humanity because rich people are greedy and paying people for their labor is icky. But I can still write a romance story about a human and a humanoid AI robot. My potential writing of that fictional scenario is not carte blanche and endorsement for unrestricted AI infecting everything.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And also, to state the obvious, this isn't a writing tip, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
We've been not paying attention to whether or not it's a writing tip for quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I just gotta push that forward because it's even more obvious here than the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
Critter, you want to take 39?
Yeah, 39. Women who fetishize abuse. Raylos, Catadoras, Kigos?
Kim and
I don't even know what...
from
Impossible.
Whatever the
By the way,
and
best
present
ship.
it
Fuck you, Lily.
And present it as something feminist and paint detractors as misogynists are gaslighting you. Don't listen to them. I don't think she knows what gaslighting means. I think she heard a buzzword, and like a child who hears their parents say something, she just throws it out of the conversation to make herself sound smarter.
Posting. I love it. I love vague posting. I love it. It's my favorite shit. It's my favorite shit.
Also, wanna point out that there has been a lot of pushback on a lot of relationships that women are into in a lot of fiction. Mostly it's featured like Raylo. Not so much like Edward Bella, for instance, because that is a lot more blatant in how uncomfortable that relationship is, but like there is a lot of discussion nowadays on how quick a lot of people are to jump on stories created for women featuring relationships that women specifically like, and talking about how a lot of people just fundamentally don't understand the reasons why people thought that Raylo was an interesting relationship, and the concept of it became popular. And the fact that they don't even try to understand that is in and of itself kind of misogynistic.
Yeah, Jerbear is in the comments pointing out, why is she only calling out women with this post?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's very it's something that I have noticed a lot with Lily, is that she does have a lot of misogynistic tendencies in a lot of the things that she says.
Okay, on reaching uncomfortable topic, Lily is trans. That is correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
She is.
So
She's a
she
trans woman.
lived a good chunk of her life as a man and presented ostensibly as a man. So a lot of her opinions, which, you know what? I'm not even going to give her the benefit of the doubt on that. I'm a dude.
Well.
I've been in the Yuri spaces for over, 15, 16 years now? I understand women better than someone who's transitioned into one. Fuck you, Lily.
How does that work?
It's because... Sorry.
Again, enemies to lovers is not abuse. I get it. You don't like that writing trope. Go back to your coffee shop and shut the fuck up, bitch.
Please.
Yeah.
Oh no,
my God.
There's a rival coffee shop.
there.
It's all ruined, Critter. It's all ruined.
Not
It's so wild.
like, there's a lot of I'll say terminally online trans women, because there's a lot of trans women that I've encountered on the internet who don't like post very often. They have lives outside of the internet. They're very normal people, and they act very normal compared to people like Lily, who are like terminally online. And those people that are very much like Lily, who transition and like try and be like, I am very woman because hear me roar and blah 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 blah. I find that those people a lot of the time have a lot of deep-seated issues around femininity that they display in a very toxic way, and that usually might stem partially from some toxic elements that they developed through their previous malehood prior to transition.
Lily Orchard, fucking gaslighting and abusive and all this other stuff. Come on, man, you're yanking my chain over here. But like, even then, right? Like, let's look at. Oh my God, this isn't even a writing tip. Fuck me. But anyways, aside from that, freaking what was it? Like, we need to move past making value judgments about people as people in regards to their freaking media takes. Okay, we need to stop that. Like, here's the thing. Lily says that, people who say that freaking, all these relationships are feminist and you're misogynist for, disliking them. She is the same exact person that would be in that position. She's the same person who does this shit all the freaking time. It causes issues because now you're bringing this into places where it just creates too much unnecessary conflict. It has a place, right? Depending on the person. Someone is blatantly being misogynistic or being kind of weird about a character's development or relationship. fine, call it out. But to say this as such a broad stroke kind of way, without even giving examples of what she's talking about, is just feckless.
Yeah.
Also, I like how she threw Kim Kigo in there.
Yeah.
Because she's been
They're not
exclusively alluding to Steven Universe, Star Wars, and She-Ra this whole time. And then I guess she sat there and thought, oh, I should include something else. So people don't realize
Yeah,
I'm
little
just
spice.
ranting about these same three things. Oh, and My Little Pony.
The thing is,
And it really hammers home that she only watches children's content, and I like children's content is fine, but
Children's
like I don't know,
content
maybe you would have a more a more expansive perspective of the concept of enemies to lovers if you didn't watch things aimed for all audiences. Maybe if you
Yeah.
watch something aimed for adult audiences, you might be, I don't know, have a better grasp of the topic or something.
also, I want to point out that Kigo is not at all an officially sanctioned ship. It's not like canon
No.
by any stretch.
Mhm.
It's purely fan generated, and when it's purely fan generated, you get all kinds of things. You get very healthy Kigo relationships. You get very unhealthy Kigo relationships. You just get a very broad
Yeah, the
swath of
same
fandom.
way as you can have healthy pony relationship fanfiction and unhealthy ones,
But
right?
like
Mhm.
Raylo and Castradora actually are canon in their respective continuities and have things you can comment and critique based upon in an actual like format. And like you can point to fan content that maybe did it better or worse, but you actually have a base plate. Meanwhile, Kigo, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing, and I really hope in the official stuff you don't see Shigo and Kim, swap and spit, because someone did point out that Kim's a teenager and Kigo's an adult. Shigo's an adult.
Yeah, no, not only
Is
is
she?
she an adult, she's in her 30s.
Yeah.
Here's a question: who was that like enemy cheerleader character in Kim Possible? It was like
Bonnie.
Bonnie?
Bonnie.
You talking about Bonnie?
Bonnie's also a good
So-
option as a
So
ship.
Bonnie was clearly a rival of some sort, but it's not like with Shigo where they're like fighting each other in like fun kung fu sci-fi battles or whatever.
Right,
It's been a
purely
while
social.
since I've watched Kim
Yeah,
Possible. I don't know.
you're completely right.
But that would still be enemies to lovers if they ended up doing a Bonnie x Kim
Yes.
thing. Is that still abusive? Is that still abuse apologizing or whatever?
That's a good question.
Because
Well,
they're
if
enemies
that's
to lovers?
bad, she can't say that Lumity is good then.
I was gonna say, because Bonnie and Kim, their rivalry, they did some pretty shitty stuff to each other. Like, I'm pretty sure they pranked each other regularly. So, like, that, I think you're right. I would totally imagine that's still the case. So it's like, I don't know. We're just getting Lily needs help. I feel like that's going to be the end to every single plot.
Yeah,
bullet
Lily
point.
needs
Yeah.
Listen, she needs to find God. She needs to pray to the big spaghetti monster in the sky, and just.
I don't want her
wrong.
anywhere near God. All right. like
She
okay.
will corrupt him. She
I
will corrupt God.
I would not shove her off onto the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's where we're at with this, all right? And I'm not exactly a fan of the Witnesses.
I'm
The Jehovah's
pretty
Witnesses
sure.
deserve better.
I'm pretty sure that Lily falls into the camp of anti-theist because Christianity is too close to the concept of like ACAB or something like that. There are people out there like that.
Oh, you know what? I would put her in Scientology. That actually, I think that's a match made in heaven or hell. You can go try to hang out with Tom Cruise, but you probably hate him because you're.
You're like, no, get away from me. I gotta go film another movie where I jump off an airplane or something. Whee!
Twi, you want to hit up 40?
Okay. 40. If abuse fetishists are giving you shit for not caving to their demands, just block them. Don't argue with them, don't debate them, don't treat them with good faith. Just block them and get on with your day.
Take your own advice, bitch.
I was
For
What
gonna
you do
real.
say,
is you strike their YouTube channels because you don't like hearing the words they have to say.
she has said that she hates God and calls him a spiteful bastard in one video. Oh, so she's like in like the kind
Oh,
of
yeah,
a rare number of people these days where you have not atheists or like not even like radical atheists, because I kind of
Just
split
anti-God.
atheism into like two categories of people that I think have rational reason to disbelieve, and then I have people that are like they're just angry at the concept of religion overall. Like, get those people as well.
Leave it to Lily Orchard to still be critical of God.
She is still in
No.
the theist category, but she just
Yes.
hates him.
She's anti-theist.
Yes.
This is
No,
anti-theist.
Oh yeah,
No, she-
yeah. This
she
is
reviewed Prince of
anti-theism,
Egypt.
but like a lot of people don't understand that when you have like a personal hatred with God, you still technically think that God exists, so therefore you cannot be atheist, so therefore you are still a theist because you still believe that he exists enough to get angry at him.
Yeah, I think I remember her saying something like this, like in her like a Prince of Egypt video where she says, you know, God in that movie is like a spiteful asshole or whatever. I forget, but
So it's
yeah.
weird. That one doesn't have any replies, comments, or no, it's because I imagine it was cut off when people were cutting and pasting.
Also, I don't understand that. Because how is God in that film a spiteful bastard, but also, like, again, can't be an atheist because the Prince of Egypt is like the favorite movie of so many different atheists. Like, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
And it's like, how is he a spiteful bastard? His people are enslaved. Holy shit! Like, if you had any reason to be spiteful towards someone, it's that. Let my people go, Lily.
I don't
Also-
remember her exact reasoning. I would need to look that up.
Like,
She doesn't have one.
he specifically only did the child murder because of the fact that Ramesses refused to let his people go. It's more of a spiteful bastard thing in the actual book, where it specifically stated that God hardened Ramesses' heart specifically so that he would say no, so that he could murder all of the firstborn children. But that doesn't happen in the movie.
Yeah. Which I don't know which is more dark, but there you go.
Yeah, this tip isn't even a tip. It's such a weird one. It's like
It is.
professional writers don't sit there and make like, oh well, I was on Twitter and this one person wanted me to do the enemies to lovers, so I
Yeah,
guess I have to.
any writer who gets like wheeled around that way doesn't deserve to be a writer, to be honest. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know if that's too mean or whatever, but come on, man.
I'm gonna say something really mean here.
Oh, yeah.
But it's the truth as far as I'm concerned. I do not consider Lily a writer. I do not think that she has an actual creative bone in her body.
No, stop,
She
Twilight,
has-
please. You're being too spiteful. I mean, it's so dangerous to saying this. It's,
No,
it's so
stop
terrible.
that. Come on.
You're hurting
Never a
everyone.
chance.
Yeah.
I think that literally the only thing that she writes is her barely disguised fetishes, and that goes on with her Avatar work, her Pokemon work, her My Little Pony work, any other fanfic that she has written for, I'm pretty sure, is just her letting out her sexual desires. It's not actually creativity.
So, lesson of this, Lily: disguise your fetishes better.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think she made like this video about like talking about enemies to lovers or some other thing, and saying that, like, people who are obsessed with these tropes are just like projecting to people who fetishize everything and think that everybody will see them as weird for it, but like, you're doing the exact same fucking thing. Like, it's
She
ridiculous.
feels this way, so she assumes everyone feels this way.
Yeah, this is the problem with vague posting, people. This is the problem with getting one guide. You gotta just step outside of the freaking internet. You gotta step outside of Tumblr and all this
I
shit.
like how
This is just
Periodic Pete is
unreal.
like, oh, that take is so cold, it's in the Arctic. And I'm like, yeah, that's the point.
She's in
She's
Canada
joking.
already.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
It's
true.
literally just a 5-minute drive and she's there. She has
Oh
a
my
Pokemon
God,
fanfic
so-
called Poke Madhouse. Oh,
Oh my
please,
God,
please
yeah.
tell me.
That's where
Yeah.
isn't that the one where her human Gardevoir child is?
Yes,
Jeez
it's the
Louise.
same
Yeah.
one.
Oh, she's
I'm
a
in hell.
Pokephile? Okay.
I don't want to be here.
Let's
I'm
move on to
sorry.
number
We started,
41.
we were having a good time and then we started defaming Pokemon. I'm so sorry for you, Critter.
Dude,
Look.
and it was the Pokemon that video that broke the straw. People's reaction to that drove her to fucking strike.
We can't
It's so
escape the
funny.
Vaporeon meme. I'm sorry.
So for those who are freaking out in the chat here, yeah, she had like in her fanfic, she had like a Gardevoir lover, and then the Gardevoir like psychically impregnated her somehow, so that she would have a human Gardevoir hybrid child.
Lily, Gardevoirs can be male. I'm like you're adding an extra level to this. You don't even need to. Come on.
Yeah, that's
No,
the
Gardevoirs
Dude, I
are
love
female.
Leon
That's the
Critique's.
confusing
I
part.
love Leon Critique's reaction. The human what?
I'm at this point. I'm like I'm so numb because of the internet that I'm just like, okay.
Technically,
So
what?
if you're going to be going this route, there are so many different easier routes you could have taken, and yet you're going to the psychic what the fuck? What the why?
Okay, no,
That
Jer
big
Bear is
truck couldn't
correcting
take me
me.
now.
Jer Bear is correcting me. The Gardevoir mixed Lily's blood with her blood in a cloning machine, and that's how the hybrid was made. Okay.
That's not.
Don't
Kill
know.
me.
That's
It's
better.
worse.
It's
End of
not that
things.
much better.
That's
even-
not how that's
doesn't
not
make
how
sense. You
being
could've
pregnant
done
works.
Actually,
You
Lily
could
and
have
the
done a
Gardevoir
million things.
aren't together, but they might as well be. Okay, so it's one of those types. Okay, got it.
If you wanted to, like, why not just use Bill's machine from Kanto? He turned himself into a Clefairy. What a weird roundabout way of getting to that weird conclusion.
I don't understand. Every time I hear about Poke Madhouse, I just want to I just want to wait for Truck Kun and all that, you know. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
number-
Deaderex, yeah, no, she does hate men, and I think that a lot of that is like self-hatred, because
Oh, yeah.
in kind of some weird twisted way, she does still technically consider herself a man, and the only way to alleviate that self-hatred for the person that had been the weak, pathetic person who had been abused is to just become a woman.
She unhealthily resents her old self. Like,
Yes.
I understand that a lot of people who transition, you know, go through these sorts of things.
Oh no, that
yeah.
makes it worse. Overhyping. That makes it so much worse. I haven't read the comic, but someone
Yeah.
I watched who reviewed it.
Oh, what?
It said that her and her Gardevoir decided to be sisters.
Yeah.
If you know the history, Jesus Christ, that's so much worse.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
so much
that's
worse.
even worse.
Everything surrounding her fanfics ends up in a sister romantic pairing. I read her Avatar fanfics where
Me too.
we read them together, and the story starts after her character becomes like the most powerful avatar and whatever, and she ran away from home because the White Lotus would not allow her sister to be there with her when she trained, and she
Which is
couldn't be away
bullshit.
from her sister for even a goddamn minute. So they ran away together, and then there was like an existential crisis, and it's like, well, your sister's in her 30s now, wouldn't you want her to settle down with some lady? And she's like, oh no, have I been like forcing my sister to babysit me? And then her sister's like, no, I have no life outside of you. You're my lover now, pretty much.
You know what? You know what really
Yeah.
makes this worse? Is that like
What?
I typically don't kink shame I really don't. Like, I will joke about it. I'll laugh at people for their kinks. I'll laugh at that. We'll have a fun time. But at the end of the day,
Yep.
I don't ultimately care what it is you close the door and have a good time with, all right? As long as you're not hurting
Right.
anyone. But I know...
In this case...
Well, I was going to say, I know, one, what Lily has done, allegedly, which...
Allegedly.
horrible. But two, she touts herself as like this font of knowledge on writing and being better.
Oh, yeah.
And
Mhm.
the examples of her writing that we have, I don't know, does she portray this as serious writing in any way, shape, or form? Because if she does,
110%. She compares actual stories to her own writing all the time.
So,
Oh my god.
that's
it's
the
in
thing.
the bingo. You can make a bingo with all this shit.
Because I can look at myself and be like, I have some writing that I'm like much more like casual with. I have like a whole meme sex story up on my thing because someone prompted me in a different server. Like, I can joke about that. I have that up there. I don't consider it super serious writing. I don't go around being like, this is the best thing ever. But like, there are writings that I am proud of, and I actually took a lot of time and care, and there are serious topics in there that I tried to discuss in a mature way and look at. And I look at Lily, who is just literally just taking her urges and just putting them on the page with no forethought or foresight, and hailing them as somehow better than other serious writers who take the time. Like, if you want to explore something like I actually, I don't know how you really approach pokophilia. Okay, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. But like a serious topic, there are ways to approach like weird, difficult topics in a mature way, and I'm not seeing any of that here. Like, it's like I'm just seeing someone who's just like really into things and just throwing them on the page.
You're gonna hate this next one. You're gonna hate this next one.
Just put them all out there on the internet, just for like internet points, you know? Like,
Yep. Also, shock of all shockers, her writing isn't actually very well done on a technical level either. Like, she doesn't do description, she doesn't do emotions at all. She doesn't do character description, she doesn't do characterization. The characters just are there and are called different things from each other. She has no voice in her writing.
damn.
Right.
Like, her writing is technically competent in the fact that she mostly has no spelling errors, in which case, that's what a lot of like the lowest common denominators consider good writing, is if you have the lowest amount of spelling errors.
Yeah, congratulations, used Grammarly. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Gold star.
That's about as much praise for her writing as I can give her, is that she has very few spelling mistakes. Nothing else.
I'm gonna run off and hit the restroom, but while I'm doing that, you want to hit this next point, Kaiser?
Yeah. Oh my God, this is a special. This is the special one. Number 41. Rape victims. Rape
Nailed it.
victims are not villains and should never be written as villains. Don't be like at Blizzard Entertainment. It costs $0 to not be a misogynistic pig.
You're the one that is automatically assuming that rape victims are female, Lily.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you don't be a
number one.
misogynistic pig.
And number two, like, yes, they can. Like, the whole is possible for someone. Like, we said this before in the Zuko point, right?
Yes.
But it is possible for some. Literally, almost every single villain backstory ever is that, hey, I was wronged by the world, or I was abused in some way, and I did not have any avenues to properly, healthily cope with all this shit. So I'm going to project all of my hatred and resentment towards those times in a way that will damage everyone else and benefit myself.
There is a reason why there is a lot of people who have claimed abuse on the internet in a lot of like YouTube drama and stuff like that. And a lot of people's replies were, yeah, the same thing happened to me, but I didn't do the shit that you did.
Exactly.
This is such a weird take to have. Also,
You
I
wanna
hate
know
the
why?
vague posting because I don't know what the specifics that
I know
Blizzard did.
I know what she's talking about. So this is a Warcraft thing. Lily is absolutely obsessed with this character in Warcraft named Sylvanas Windrunner.
Right.
And
yes.
apparently, like she wasn't even, as far as I know, she wasn't even raped. Like that's not even a confirmed thing. I had to look this shit up. It's just that people interpreted some of her experiences being that, because the story is that, long story short, she's like an elf chick who got betrayed by someone and basically became a zombie that was forced to fight for like a dark lord necromancer or whatever the fuck, and she had her mind played around with. But like, there was no rape. Like,
Orion-
like, are there any Warcraft fans in chat? If there are, please verify this for me.
Orion Lupin
She
says,
wasn't even.
Dio Brando is the perfect example on how a bad past doesn't excuse your horrible actions. I don't know enough about Berserk,
110%.
but I was gonna say, like,
Yeah.
I don't know much about Berserk, but isn't that part of the absolutely horrible shit that happened to Griffith that led to him
Yes.
basically like ending the world or something like that?
Yes. Yeah. He, like, his whole thing is that he wanted to become a king because he's in a world where it's basically just kill or be killed, and he had to sell his body and get taken advantage of, right? So that made him so single-minded in wanting to gain everything. Like, that's how he, how the eclipse happened, and he sacrificed most, if not all, of his friends to become a god.
Shadow.
This is
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say this is gonna be a weird one. It's weird because now I have to sit here and try to think about all the times this topic has gotten brought up in media for me to think of examples to comment on.
Exactly.
Game of Thrones, in the first season, there's this like towards the end with Daenerys's thing, this like little crone lady basically poisons her and stuff like that. Daenerys's baby dies, her husband dies, basically everything's bad, and it was this one woman's fault. And Daenerys is like, "But I saved you," and the woman is like, "But I had already been raped before you had shown up." And it's like, she's still a villain. She still led to the death of Daenerys's newborn baby or unborn child and her husband. But it's weird to like categorize this one act as like a blanket of, and now they can't be a villain. It's like they have to only be centered around, like, the rape has to be the thing that defines their character, basically.
Yeah.
Which is a weird thing to do.
I was shot 10
Yeah.
years ago, so now I have the right to start shooting everyone else around me. That's how
Yeah.
this works, right?
Yeah. Also,
Like-
Mr. Spider says, no, there is no rape. It's literally just the Lich King is trying to destroy Sylvanas' home. She fights back, dies, and gets turned into an undead slave. Okay, case closed. The fuck is
Well,
she
some
talking
people-
about?
Some people interpret it as an analogy for rape. In
but,
which
like,
case I get
how?
it. But you shouldn't say that the analogy that people have headcanoned is the actual canon thing that happened, Lily.
If anything, what would be better is analyzing.
Hiding
what-
in the corner while you guys were talking.
I was gonna say, like, if anything, you take what they did and you analyze it from the perspective of, like, oh, well, how can it play into that? Like, what are the
Yeah.
parallels they did between what actually happened to her and the actual act of violation that we're discussing? Because I really
I'm
came
pretty
to
sure
hate
there
the
was
word-
like a video about that. I think I looked it up because I was so curious what other people's takes on this character was.
Wasn't
But yeah.
rape as a word, wasn't it much broader back in the day? Like it actually had a much broader definition.
The original terminology for rape was basically what we term kidnapping.
Mm.
Oh.
So you're stealing a person away from the place that they are. You are taking them by force away. that was what was originally the Greek term or rape or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it, but
Yeah.
that is like that's been around since like the Trojan War, which I've been like looking up in various aspects last night because I had the tab up and I was like, let's do a wiki walk, I guess.
Isa actually provided, the rape of Sabines? Sabines is a good example of the old usage of the word. Interesting.
Yes.
Also,
Okay.
Billy Donuts! Bad writing advice and donuts! Yes!
Yay! Hooray!
Dude.
All right, number 42. If straight men really hate a certain character, but lesbians love them, there is a 90% chance that is your best character.
But remember, guys, we're the misogynists.
like judging someone's character based off of their gender and sexual identity is a bigoted thing to do.
Yes,
objectively. Well, that's not entirely what she says, Critter. She says if a certain gender of in real life people hate this, and a certain sexual preference of these in real life people like this character, then this character is a good character. Still very shitty, but nuanced in a very disgusting way.
It's really a perfect encapsulation of the thing we were discussing earlier about her faux progressive concepts. It's like this is a thing you would expect a real fake ass person to say. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like one of those guys who say fuck men in order to get with a bunch of feminist women because they think you know, this is a good way to get free passes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Also, what about bisexuals? What about
they don't exist?
What about asexual people?
Yeah, what about them?
Do they have a say in this?
What about guys?
Gay men?
What about guys what about himedanshis like me? People who are a fan of Yuri content.
Yeah.
Well, you're just a fetishist, obviously. Jeez.
Obviously. You don't actually love lesbians. You don't love them. You lust for them, you sicko.
Oh God! Oh, don't. No. My brain went into weird directions considering what we discussed with her weird meddling of philia, and I'm just I have lesbians in my family. It's like you don't love them. I'm like, wait, no, fuck, brain. Why are you going that direction? No, Lily, fuck you.
No, Lily would approve, especially because I know which one you're talking about.
Damn it! I am in Spain without the A.
Oh Lord! Oh my God! Remember this next tip. This is gonna have me up the wall. Okay, after somebody reads this, I need to go into it.
It's Critter.
All right. 43. If one of your writers believes Simon from Infinity Train was misunderstood and Grace is a villain, that writer should be fired immediately.
So, I watched Infinity Train. Number one, Lily, who the fuck are you talking about? Number one. And number two, you blatantly contradicted yourself. Simon, if I remember correctly, is an example of someone who suffered from abuse who became a villain. And yet you're saying it's fine for him to be interpreted as a villain, whereas the chick is not. And keep in mind, both of these characters were antagonists in the first 2 seasons of Infinity Train. So it's like, bro, what the fuck?
I hate this tip. Because
nuance.
It's like don't explain what you do. Like I've never seen Infinity Train. I have no idea.
It's really good. Okay, if anything else, watch Infinity Train. It's really good. Fuck you, Amazon.
And so to have this just tip be like, I didn't like this in this one show. It's like, oh, okay, so this isn't a writing tip. This is you babbling your opinions about another cartoon that you hated watching because you only watch cartoons you hate, apparently.
Yeah.
Celtic, do you think Lily likes citrus, given what we've heard? It sounds like she would. She wouldn't, because they start out enemies to lovers. The entire...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it's not conveyed well in the manga. It's actually one of the things that I think the anime did really well. And I will praise the anime for this. Their first kiss, which at the end of the first episode, it's in the manga, it doesn't really come off like it is. But in the anime, it's very clear that it is a non-consensual moment, and it is very uncomfortable to watch as like one of the characters kind of struggles out from under the kiss, and like it's like
Sorry,
as a
HBO.
drama, it's really good. But like as like for Lily, they're enemies to they start out kind of enemies, and then two, they're not really related. They're step siblings. They're not at all like blood
Right.
related. So I don't know if Lily's really into that, if I'm being honest.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see. But like, well, sorry, I don't want to see. What am I saying? Anyways,
Oh, overhyping.
Okay.
She says it's because Grace chose to become a better person, but Simon didn't and doomed
Yeah.
himself, so he didn't deserve sympathy. I haven't watched Infinity Train, so I have no opinion.
Yeah, so the idea is that like these two, basically the idea of Infinity Train is that when kids face a sort of like deep emotional hang up, they get teleported into this train, and each cart is like a different thing happening, and they have to learn how to grow past their hang-ups in order to escape the train, ostensibly. For the longest time, Grace and Simon, since they were children until they were young adults, were just in this train because instead of actually dealing with their hang-ups, they decided to, you know, portray this as like a game. So they went Mad Max on this train, like literally, right? And so that's why they were antagonists in the first two, seasons of the show, because, you know, they saw like gaining numbers in the train as like a game, not as a way of like lowering them in order to get past it, because they just hated their lives back home. However, over the course of the third season, which is where this whole thing happens, Grace, through not only further connecting with one of the denizens of the train, but also because of like meeting up with the conductor of the train, who was the main villain of the first season, she realizes the flaws in her actions. Whereas with Simon, he was not there to experience those things. So he got deeper and deeper and deeper into madness until he died tragically. So he is the villain, but it's very clear that up to that point, both him and Grace were not good people, and Grace could have easily gotten as bad as him.
Sounds like a very tragic story on his end.
Yeah. It's fucked up, but it's actually written very, very well. My question is, who the fuck is Lily talking about who's saying, oh, well, I don't know, guys. I think Simon might actually be the villain. What the fuck?
Shadowboxing someone talking
Exactly.
about Simon in Infinity Train, because Lily probably has some like very situational reading comprehension disability of some sort.
Right. She is the heavyweight shadowboxing champion. Okay. She's got to maintain that belt.
She has a very, very situational dyslexia when it comes to a lot of things.
Overhyping. I have not seen that property. I know nothing about it.
I have not. It's been on my list, but my list is very long and it keeps growing because I refuse to watch anything on the list because none of it is actually written out. So I forget.
You can't watch anything on your list because you gotta watch Digimon again, obviously.
I've been postponing watching Digimon again because I am afraid of all of the deep diving that I have to do in that show. And I have to watch it in both English and Japanese, and it is so intimidating.
Ryan says Grace also led Simon into this specific ideology by lying about knowing what the numbers meant when she actually didn't and was just as ignorant as him. Yeah. Yeah, she knew from the very start that like lowering the numbers is the key to getting off the train and that they have to get off the train and shit. But she didn't tell Simon about it because she wanted to like she was just comfortable as things were. So,
sorry,
this
Leo
is another
Ultima,
layer
slow
to
your
all
roll.
this.
Not all of Digimon slaps. O2 exists. Chill out.
Yeah, I was about to say.
There's parts that slap.
There are parts
Okay,
there
do
that
we
work.
do I need to bring up fusion? I can bring up fusion.
Well, like, okay, the first half of Digimon O2 is pretty okay until we get to the Dark Seed element of it, and then it just goes to shit. The first half of Frontier is good, and then it falls apart at about the halfway point. So, like, they have the inverse problem.
Right.
Actually, no. Sorry, they have the same problem in that they both have very strong starts, but then fall off about halfway through the season.
Asterisks on the strong start for O2. Daisuke exists.
Well, yeah, but just because you have a shitty protagonist doesn't mean that you. Well, no. I will say it's
why
a
you keep
mediocre
forgetting
start.
that Yoli and Cody exist. We discussed.
Cody is a good character, but he is a forgettable character.
Number 44. I think this is a 12.
Okay. Yep. Oh boy, I get the fun one. 44. The best solution to a love triangle is polyamory. No, it's not.
As a fan,
The barely disguised fetish number 55.
as a
ladies and
fan
gentlemen.
fiction
Yep.
writer and a fan fiction reader, and as just like a fan of shipping, I understand. I get where you're coming from, and in fan fiction, have all the polyamory you want. However, when you are writing a serious piece, whether it be fan fiction or not, polyamory is understandably a volatile thing to try and pull off. Like,
Oh yeah.
like a lot of characters are going to have a lot of opinions on how they handle things, and a lot of people are going to be very different in that way. Like,
The main problem that I have with the concept of polyamory as the solution to the love triangle is that it's actually not a solution at all. It's just people refusing to have the talent to understand the nuance of how to solve the love triangle. But also, they don't. Oftentimes, when you have bad polyamorous relationships in fiction, it's because the writer forces it to happen by either changing the characters' personalities or not having the characters have personality enough at all. There's a book on our list, Raymond, for Bad Fanfiction Night. That is a Beauty and the Beast retelling with Sleeping Beauty. So it's a love triangle polyamorous relationship between Belle, Beast, and Aurora from Sleeping Beauty. And you can tell from the writing, and everyone who has ever like reviewed this book has pointed out that this is just a monogamous relationship with a third wheel tacked on.
The thing, I think polyamory, theoretically could work, but the problem is, especially with this idea, is that like the way polyamory the one time I saw it work really well was in spoilers, I guess, for this 20-year-old manga in Ray Earth in the second season. The one dude and the other dude, they became a polyamorous relationship at the end. But
I know who you're talking about.
The way most love triangles work is two different people love or have a crush on one person, but they don't have any kind of relationship with each other. It worked in Ray Earth because those two dudes did also like have romantic interests in each other. And most love triangles wouldn't work with a polyamory because it's like one person dating two people who are still competing, I guess.
Right. There's
and that's why I say that it's not necessarily the solution to the love triangle because of that exact reason. It's only they only have interest for the one person, not the other person in the love triangle. We haven't like consumed Ray Earth, so we can't talk about that.
It's on our list, yeah.
Yeah, it is on the list. But I would say that if there is a show that I had consumed that I would say the couple the love triangle would actually work as a love triangle or as a polyamorous relationship would be in Peach Girl, because Kairi and Toji are so fucking devoted to Momo. They would do anything for her. I would imagine that both of them would be okay to just like quote unquote share her in equal parts because they don't care. They're perfectly good friends with each other. And just like Momo loves both of them equally. And it's just like, yeah, let's just share her. But it doesn't end up that way.
I was gonna say like other dynamics, like because I'm in the My Hero fandom. Really, I'm in that space a lot.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm actually reading quite a few different fanfics that keep updating in different facets and the like. And one of the like the polyamory that pops up that I think could work the most is Izuku, Himiko, and Ochiko. Obviously, you have to do some backbreaking because the biggest snag in that is that Himiko is a villain, so a lot of these different stories have to either bring her out of that or save her early, that sort of thing. But like that dynamic,
you mean they have to write it well?
Yeah, they have to write it well,
which is the solution here.
Weirdly enough, some of the ones that I recommend that ultimately get, I think, a little too steamy and at times a little too ridiculous. I've talked to it twice. There's one that I thought was really compelling, and then it hit like this small arc where it's like, okay, you're kind of pushing the limits of how far you can take this. You're getting a little too out there. It's since reeled it back in, but that one arc is kind of a sore point for me.
Raymond was considering, I think, dropping that series.
If they had continued on that rate, I would have dropped. I'm glad they've pulled it back, but all the same, it's like sort of it stopped me from being able to recommend it openly as opposed to what I was doing before. But like the dynamics that they're actually at play, I actually really like with a lot of the different characters involved, and like it works because everyone has a unique relationship with each other. As opposed to one that I'm reading now where it's a bunch of the UA girls that are all getting together in relationships in a big kind of polyamory pile. I'm reading one of those and it's like, it's fun. It's fine. It's got some nice fun moments and cute moments in there. But then they've changed some backstories and some characters and like,
oh fuck.
There are some of the things I'm just like, they've technically done legwork, but I'm not quite feeling some of the dynamics. It just kind of feels like you're kind of rounding things out. So it's like, it's one of those things that like, I don't take that one super seriously. That's sort of like a guilty pleasure one that I read, as opposed to ones that I can take a little more seriously. Polyamory is a very messy thing. I'm going to read the super chats. Like Izanagi says, the fuck, polyamory is one of the messiest relationship structures I've heard IRL.
Yes.
And it's very painful to pull off in media. Yes.
Yeah.
And then he also says, "Oh God, Cyborg Tinkerer."
Yeah. No, that was the show. That was the book series that I was talking about. Was Cyborg Tinkerer, where the Belle and the Beast like each other, but Belle also likes the Sleeping Beauty. The Sleeping Beauty and the Beast don't give a shit about each other at all, so they have a very awkward scene. A very awkward adult scene toward the end of the book where the Sleeping Beauty is just standing there awkwardly to the side while the two are like in bed together, and they're just like, yeah, you can join us.
I was gonna say, like, I know a polyamorous couple in real life, and the way it works is a lot more just sort of like everyone has different times and spaces. It's not like you don't typically get the big pile of people who are all in love. You typically get people who are dating each other off to the side, and then they split off and then go with their other respective partners. That's typically how that works. And even that one, I have my reservations about, even though it has been going strong for about 2 or 3 years now. So far,
well, the thing is that you have to have enough confidence and enough trust in your partner to be able to have that work and to be able to communicate with your partner effectively enough that there are no surprises, there are no secrets, there are nothing potentially toxic in that relationship with you and your partner and your partner's partner, which from what I understand, a lot of the poly relationships end up failing because that doesn't happen. Or there is a situation in which a member of the poly group is more possessive of their partner and won't allow them to see their other partner.
Right.
This tip, again, just feels like Lily Orchard can't handle conflict. She can't handle the idea that maybe someone didn't get the girl or whatever, so they all need to win. Everyone deserves to win the first place trophy because she can't handle the idea of someone losing.
Is this one of the joke ones? Because it's I'm not laughing.
Yeah,
so
Dedarex
I don't
points
know.
out there's a poly couple in Xenoblade Chronicles. Yeah, though I don't think we ever get like it's between the second and third games, and we don't ever really get elaboration on what that dynamic is like. So it's like there's a lot of wiggle room there for like the writers and such, where it's just like, yeah, they're in a poly couple. It's like, or they're in a poly group, I guess. And it's like, all right, how does that work? It's like, I don't know. You can just imagine what you would like to see. Just kind of shrug it off. It's like, we established that for these characters. We don't. It's all post game for these characters. We don't need to elaborate on that.
Yeah. Okay. I guess 45 is mine,
right? Yes.
Okay. If you have number 45, if you have a male character who actually shows respect and admiration to a woman, and some of your viewers call that character a simp, there is a 90% chance you have a good character. So you're taking internet memes too seriously, Lily. Please stop it.
Okay? She would look at Toto from Jujutsu Kaisen, who is the epitome of simp, and she would think he would be the worst character in the world because he openly talks about loving women. She would hate him, even though he fits this criteria to a T.
Yeah. Because she is weirdly, like, she has a weird displeasure for a specific, I guess, archetype of guy in media that, like, just so happens to be beloved by a lot of fangirls, I guess. There's like a very interesting crossover there. Interpret that however you wish. I'm sure, Twilight definitely would love to. But
wow, it's almost like she has a hatred for everything that women like. Fancy that. Also, I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, right on cue.
Orion Lupin says, the only character I can think of that sort of fits number 45 is Narciso Anasui in Stone Ocean, and he isn't the best character in Part 6. I know nothing about that, but I will take your word for it.
I need to get to Part 6. Well, I've seen half of Part 6.
My take on this is, like, you can have like, simp characters are a very dangerous thing, because like some of the worst predators out there seem to show respect and admiration to a woman, and then they abuse the amount of respect and admiration they build in return. Like they use it as a manipulation tactic. I know, like, we're talking about characters versus real life, but at the same time, there's a reason why guys don't like simp characters. And you want to know why we don't like simp characters? Because a lot of guys know what a fucking skis ball look like.
Yep.
And so a lot of
100%.
simps that get written, quote unquote, in media that a lot of guys don't like, maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally, give off similar vibes as to people we see in real life who are doing that I'm feigning respect and admiration for you thing to get in your pants.
Exactly.
And a lot of guys take exception to that because oftentimes those are the kind of guys that make the rest of guys look bad. Where we kind of fucking hate
Josh
those
Thomas
guys.
More knew. Yeah, same here. Josh Thomas More knew. Said Kaiser, didn't Gundam have a simp character in Neo Zeon, and he wasn't a terrible character? The woman was, though. That is correct, and people love that character. I know you guys aren't familiar with Double Zeta Gundam.
Dude, we could just go, just go to Kira and Frey.
I mean, I hate them, but it's not because they're simps, okay? But like even then, like say for example, Mordecai from fucking regular show. They of course people don't hate the character as a whole. They just kind of hate the fucking what's her name? Plot line. I forget the bird chick's name. You guys know. Margaret. There we go. Margaret. Okay.
No, I've never seen it.
I've never seen it
show. Fuck.
No, it was past my time.
Same.
I didn't have television anymore.
Okay, fair.
It was past Critter's time. It was definitely past my time.
Okay, fair enough.
It was past my time, so yeah, we're you're just on a different line.
Okay, so
The baby.
fair enough. Okay, grandmas. Anyways, freaking what was it?
I guess I'm a woman now. That's great.
See, Team Jacked is very progressive, guys. You don't understand. Anyways, so Mordecai throughout the show, like half of the show, was just unhealthily simping towards the first love interest, Margaret. He kind of had a spill where he moved on with this other chick named CJ, who was actually interested in him and got together with her. But when Margaret came back, he completely like fumbled the bag because I guess he was still kind of obsessed with her. And it was pointed at the show as being a bad thing. And people have a love-hate relationship with that plot line because they, on the one hand, it does point out a lot of the flaws that were established in Mordecai's character. On the other hand, it was just they took it in a very, very far direction, let me just say. As far as like a kid's show will allow it anyways. But like, it was very like hard to watch for a lot of people. But he fits the simp label, aside from the maliciousness angle, I guess, just perfectly. He's incredibly desperate for both of these chicks, but Margaret more so. Right? And I don't think, like, people have the right to be uncomfortable with certain characters. Like, this is just how that is.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, guess what? Maybe, just maybe, the person who has deep admiration for a woman may not be a very well-written character critically. Maybe you should stop looking at the, what's in between the legs of the people who critique this shit and actually look at their fucking arguments.
Yeah.
The conduct of their character, one might
Speaking
say.
of, 46. Mary Sue is not a real criticism. It's thinly veiled misogyny. Always disregarded.
See,
This is okay. I want to, before we get into it, this is a topic that we've covered before and could go on to its own entire stream on its own. So I kind of want to keep this short relatively because like we could literally carry on forever on this one topic.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say, I made my own video about this. She doesn't even know the proper definition of a Mary Sue. This opinion is invalid. She thinks a Mary Sue, well, okay, she thinks the actual quote-unquote definition, the straw man version of the Mary Sue, is any female character who is hyper-competent I don't like. And so that's basically her definition, well, the negative one. And her personal one is any female hyper-competent character, just full stop, regardless of context. And because she views all characters like they're freaking action figures in a dumb fun action movie. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and like the term Mary Sue came about specifically because we needed a word to describe the phenomenon of a poorly written character with these very specific traits and these very specific lack of traits that are very important to making a well-written character. And it would just so happens that a woman was the one that coined the term, Lily. So
Also,
again...
wait a second.
Also, Gary Stew is a thing. Like, I've seen people use Gary Stew
Gary
and
Stew
Mary
is a
Stew.
thing.
I cosplayed
Yeah.
Gary Stew at one point because I thought it was fun. Wore, like an ugly Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses and everything, and I was like,
Nice. Also, to correct myself, I'm sorry. I forgot. She does know the proper definition because she made a video where she actually said it, or at least something close to it, like 6 years ago. It's just that she is lying about it being misogynistic. She knows that is not true.
Yeah.
My mistake. Sorry.
Her lying for her politics. which is the most disgusting thing that you can do when it comes to discussing media.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like if you dislike the way some people use the term and shit like that, that's perfectly fine. But that's no excuse to throw the baby out with the bathwater and just repurpose the term in a way that is absolutely useless.
Periodic Pete, if very specific traits do not exist, then how come exist everywhere in media? And need to be pointed out.
Yeah.
All right, Critter.
Like it's almost like it's an epidemic of bad writing.
Yeah, it just so, yeah, like I have my own theories about why, like, I guess, like, here's the thing. In the Western world, we might think, oh, most Mary Sues, people labeled with Mary Sues are women. Dude, you gotta, all you need to do is just walk across the sea and look at the absolute fucking landfill of fucking Gary Stews in freaking Chinese or Korean manhwa shit.
Sean
fucking
Foldark, you
webtoon
take
shit.
that fucking back. Justin from freaking Power Rangers Turbo was not a Mary Sue. Me and Twy watched
I need to
all of
remember that
Turbo,
show.
at least all of the relevant freaking plotline
Yes.
episodes. That boy was the only thing that made him better is that he just noticed that there was more shit going on when the villains were doing sneaky shit. That was it.
Yeah.
Other than that, he was no more or less effective than anyone else. And also, he was 10, not 5.
Yeah, like it's basically saying that because the character is younger, that they happen to be more competent than the older people. When if he was the exact same, but he happened to be the same age as the others,
Right, you remember
then he would be just as effective.
Remember the entire arc with like the Phantom Ranger, and where like
Yes.
he swore himself to secrecy with his best friend when very clearly he should have been telling the Rangers, "Hey, there's an alien spaceship that landed in the middle of the fucking park. Maybe we should investigate because aliens have been trying to take over our planet."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that show had bad writing just in general. Had nothing to do with Justin. Had everything to do with the writers. Because like you had characters being hyper competent in one episode, and then all of their competency in the same episode, you have characters being hyper competent in one moment, and then when the plot needs them to, they suddenly become rock stupid.
Like, don't get me wrong, it's actually really fun to watch, especially because like the
Yes.
writing starts to actually get better after they swap out the team, which
Yes.
annoys the fuck out of me, but that's for a different reason.
Yeah.
But like that
Also,
Power-
they did not have a good start to that new team either.
Oh god, yeah. But the Power Rangers
That was
overall,
the worst changeover ever.
Power Rangers overall,
Well-
not known for its quality writing, mostly known for its schlocky goodness. It's a lot of fun, but Justin is
Yeah.
so overhated in Power Rangers. Bro needs a hug. Yeah, and the actor is great. Him posing in full Power Ranger regalia in front of the command center. That's so dope. Have you seen those
Nice.
pictures? He's so chill.
I think
Yeah,
we
it-
hated like the new older teen characters than we ever hated Justin.
Except CJ.
Damn.
Or was that
Yeah, except CJ, but
CJ was
he-
insane.
yeah, CJ was just insane. He had just absolutely no sense of danger whatsoever.
He legitimately was about to run over Bulk and Skull in cold-blooded manslaughter with like no hesitation. Not even TJ, sorry.
Yeah.
It just it's been a while since we watched it, but like he was
It-
about to
it
run them
has.
over, and like he didn't even know the car could fly. It's like
What the
TJ,
fuck?
what was your plan? What was your plan? Were you just going to murder these two schlubs? I don't know.
We're in the middle of, I think, is
In
it Lost?
space. We're
No, in space. We're just in the middle of in space right now. It's like, yeah, Raymond needed to do something and he got really busy, and then we just never got back to it for like how many months has it been now? Like
Don't
2,
remind
3?
me. Don't remind me. I already feel bad enough.
I gotta remind you sometimes, or
I
else it'll never
know.
get done.
Oh,
But yeah, like the reason why I bring up the manhwa stuff is that Lily has a very Western centric view of media that just drastically limits her perspective.
Mm-hmm.
and you're seeing it in full blast in a lot of ways in her takes about the berry soup.
Oh, Billy, I'm very happy you like SPD. I'm so happy you like SPD.
Yep.
Give me some patience. There's some fun things in the future.
Oh man.
Also, Axel, I feel very sorry that Leo is your favorite. Very unfortunate about his actor. Murdering a person with a sword, not usually the best look. Anyway, we derailed.
47, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. 47. Emotional vulnerability does not make a female character anti-feminist.
Shadowboxing.
Yeah, like who
okay.
is it?
Honestly though, at the very least, true.
Yeah.
I actually 100% agree with this point. That's perfectly fine.
Round of applause.
The second one that we actually like agree with her on.
It's like, what a stance. She stands there and goes, guess what, gang? I think trees smell nice. Wow. Yeah, well done. we can agree on that.
Don't worry. Number 48 makes up for this.
Oh boy. Yeah. Number 48. Goblins are inherently anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
I just want to say, before we dive into our points, this has all the others have like a couple of comments and reposts. This one has 44 comments and 298 reposts.
Holy fuck! You know what? I wonder if this is the one that actually got this entire thread the attention.
I
Probably.
bet so.
Yeah, probably.
I thought
this
Leo
just reminds
also
me
got arrested.
of.
Sorry, I got
This is-
derailed.
This just reminds me of a comedy sketch I saw recently on TikTok where someone, I don't know who their name was, but they were like, we Jews, we need to stop like attributing us to things like the goblins and stuff like that, because at some point it's like you see this goblin creature shamble up on screen and you sit there and go, is that supposed to be me? And it's like you're painting all of us in such a negative light when you're the one pointing it out.
You know what that sounds like, Critter? You know what that sounds like? Sounds like a self-hating racist to me. Sounds like an Uncle Ruckus. Sounds like an Uncle Ruckus to me.
I had
Lily
to
would say.
learn
You had two
about
friends
Uncle Ruckus.
fall out with each other over this topic? Holy shit, Pete. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh my! Oh yeah, he told me about that. Fuck. Oh man.
Okay, so it shouldn't be much of a surprise to say that, goblins existed in European folklore long before Jewish people entered Europe.
Yeah.
And became a problem between like the groups of people. So the fact that goblin became an insult to Jewish people at some point down the line and is now no longer used all that much as an insult to Jewish people should indicate that, hey, maybe it's not inherently anti-Semitic when you can separate the concept of goblins from the concept of Jewish people.
I was gonna say goblins were used in like war propaganda for both the Japanese and the Germans during World War II.
It's almost like goblins are inherently in European folklore an evil little shitty race of spirits of fairies, and if you can look at any group of people that you don't like at the moment and then call them goblins.
It's sort of like how we call it's sort of like how people call freaking terrorists like fucking animals or some shit. Is animals anti-Semitic?
Yeah. Also, I want to point out, goblins in the recent days have had quite a bit of rehabilitation thanks to a lot of things like, I don't know, D&D, where goblin is a playable race. And you can be just a funny little guy. You can just be a
Yeah.
little goober. You can go that.
I'm playing with a funny little guy in my own D&D campaign right now. Well, at least one of them.
I still
like,
love
so-
my friend playing a goblin and just fucking up all of our campaign. Well, the campaign
Yeah.
that we're playing in because he wanted to go back and steal the idol. Why did you steal the idol? You got us in a boss fight. Anyway.
The majority of the modern interpretation of goblins came from George A. MacDonald's children's novel, The Princess and the Goblin. That is where Tolkien got his inspiration for the orcs, was from that book. And Tolkien is where the majority of goblins got their start in modern day media. So it all traces back to George A. MacDonald's.
I was gonna say he has goblins
Princess and the Goblin.
in The Hobbit at the very least. So are they also in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, they are, but there's like been talk specifically that the orcs were based in some capacity off of the goblins from
And even
Princess
then,
and the Goblin.
And even then, once you get further and further down the line historically, people, like, before this topic came up in the public discussion, like, people were just creating goblins in media that just were not anti-Semitic in any kind of way.
Mhm.
They just treat them as these creatures that you fight off in a freaking story that just destroy and pillage shit. Like,
Or
the
in,
idea
like-
that all of these people are aware of these things and are, like, in order for something to be anti-Semitic, you have to they either have to have a lot of, a shit ton of the iconography that makes the thing anti-Semitic, or they have to be targeted towards a specific group.
And it can't be
That's the idea.
one or two stereotypes that a lot of people say, like big noses or some sort of item that more than one group of people can use. Because I'm sorry to say, like, I've seen some sort of discussion going around of like some sort of horn being used by some sort of goblin race in some sort of media that's anti-Semitic, and it's like, okay, the Jews did not invent the concept of blowing like a ram's horn or something. They did not invent
what
that
the
It's a
concept.
war horn. It's just common in like militaries. You just
Yeah, are the Nords anti-Semitic? What the fuck?
well, okay, they might argue yes if I'm being honest.
Well, oh my god.
But look, throughout all of human history, humans have had the urge to pick up a horn and go toot. That's basically how this works.
Yeah.
But like, it's just very weird that the moment that you see a little green goblin and they have big noses, people go anti-Semitic. It's like, you do. How many creatures there are in European mythology that, because they aren't human, have big ass fucking noses? Do you know how many there are? There are lots. There are a lot.
Right, Kitty.
Lots of
the reason-
goblins
have
like-
big noses too, right?
And and lots of goblins like in D&D and like their official artwork and stuff, they have like basically no noses. Like it's a bit like kind of like the Githyanki in Baldur's Gate,
Yeah.
where they kind of just have like these like either pushed up kind of like pig-like noses or like just like nose slits. Like
Yeah.
it's a mythical creature. People redesigned them to look any kind of way they want, and that's
Yeah.
been happening with a bunch of mythical creatures
Yeah,
since
even before
the beginning of time.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
right,
even
Kitty.
before people started like bringing up the fact that like, oh, people used them to describe the Jews and all that
I was
stuff.
gonna say, right,
Yeah.
Kitty. The reason why Jews are associated with banks goes back to I can't remember if it was I want to say Renaissance Italy, when Christians were forbidden from giving out loans with interest. So loans, when you paid back a Christian, you had to pay back just the amount that you borrowed, like flat sum. Meanwhile, Jews were not obligate to by that rule, so they would give out loans with interest, and that's where you get like the plot of the plot of Merchant of Venice, where you have a Jew that gives out a loan, and the interest becomes too much for the guy that took the loan to pay back. That's the whole crux of the plot, and that's where that negative association with Jews and banking comes into play. That's really where that started. If I to my understanding.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Also, I saw somebody mention goblins in Japanese media. A lot of them look like pigs, and that's because the Japanese have actually taken a goblin-like yokai in Japanese mythology and just slapped the word goblin onto that Japanese yokai.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, number
49.
49. If your first thought when told about a bigoted trope, bury your gays, goblins, etc., is to try and figure out how to do it well, you are a huge turd who is missing the point. It's not that these tropes aren't done well, it's that they're done too much. Well, who gets to decide that, lady?
Also, that didn't make sense.
Yeah, that
Just
doesn't
because
make sense.
tropes-
You literally said that goblins were inherently anti-Semitic. What the fuck?
Also, just because
So can
something's
they-
done
so-
too much, that doesn't mean someone can't decide to do it well on top of other people doing it too much.
But on top of
Yeah.
that, like bury your gays. I mean, a lot of tropes are work in a different ways. Like they get applied in different ways. So when you're talking about this in such a broad spectrum, it doesn't really work right, because bury your
That's
gays
like
is not
saying-
something you do typically intentionally. And even if you do it intentionally or not, it doesn't necessarily matter to anyone outside of the meta, unless you're in the meta. Like, because in the story, it might just work. It might just be, oh, the first character that dies, or the character that dies in this way,
just so happens to be gay.
Like, if you have an entire cast of lesbians and one of them dies, you're technically burying your gays, but you have an entire cast of lesbians. If one of them was going to die, it's going to be someone who's gay. Like, you can't avoid it.
Also, you can have a book that is specifically about maybe the AIDS epidemic in the 80s, where there are some heterosexual people and there are some gay people in your story, and then the first people that die are the gay people who have AIDS. Is that also burying your gays, and that you shouldn't...
Wasn't that a Matthew McConaughey
You shouldn't write
film?
anything about that, Lily?
Oh, what was that Matthew McConaughey film? It's basically about
Ford trucks.
No,
What, didn't he do trucks? No, he did Lincoln. He did Lincoln cars.
it's about a straight guy who actually ended up getting AIDS during the epidemic because of just people sleeping together and him having like a very frivolous lifestyle, and him actually coming. I think he gets like very like actually grows very close to the gay community, like actually like in terms of like making a lot of friends in there because they're all in the same boat. And like he had like, I think if I understand it, he starts out kind of bigoted at the start, thinking that it's only a gay disease and not realizing that anyone what was that film? Dallas Buyers Club. That was it.
I see. Yeah, that sounds
Robbie with the
interesting.
knowledge.
Yeah,
Coming in clutch.
I hear that's a very good film. My dad praises it all the time.
I never heard of it before,
but
but that
according-
sounds very interesting. But
According to Lily,
that's bad.
you can't make that film, or you shouldn't watch it, because it's a bury your gays, and that is evil, and you are a huge turd for doing it.
You can't do it because a straight man is leading it.
I would have to say, yeah. But even more than that, and again, aside from all of those obviously bad things, who the fuck are you to decide when a trope is being done too much? How do we determine that, right? Like
He doesn't like it, so she doesn't want to see it ever.
I see. I cracked the code.
Oh, Jared Leto's in that.
Yeah.
Code.
I won't hold it against
Oh,
it.
really? But like, yeah, like there are so many tropes, bigoted or not, that get used up all the fucking time. Like, I understand technically that it can be damaging when it's done during a time when, say, gay people are being, ostracized and lambasted, not only in media, but in society in general. I can understand that, and that's sort of the context of why Bury Your Gays was such a really, iffy thing, to say the least, at the time. But the thing is that currently, we are way, way past a lot of that stuff now compared to where we were before. So if you have a story that just so happens to, kill off a gay character, then that's perfectly fine. And there aren't a whole bunch of stories that are currently doing that a lot. Like literally the last example that did this in a poorly written way was fucking Voltron, lady, and people ripped that shit to shreds. They ripped that moment to shreds. No
Also,
one pulled a freaking Voltron since, as far as I am aware.
Also, it really speaks to this kind of toxic mentality that once something is considered a bad trope, then you cannot use it ever in any kind of capacity. And at what point does it stop becoming toxic in somebody's mind? Is it 100 years? 500 years? 1,000 years? Because anything can eventually become a stereotype, which in people's minds, if a stereotype is automatically bad, then it automatically becomes something that's verboten. And then eventually we'll just not have any kind of tropes to use at all in stories.
Correct.
Because when you just pile on the list of things that are forbidden, then you just automatically make the list of things that are okay to do smaller and smaller.
Well, no, and then also you create the list of taboo, which is something that doesn't even factor into her concept, is that people love taboo. Which ironically she should know a lot about, considering.
Considering.
But like the more you make things verboten, the more people will want to do them. My argument was going to be, what about a person that horrible person, maybe, I don't know, but what if someone just loves the bury your gays trope? What if they have a clear delineation between reality and fiction, but they just love seeing gay people die in media? It's like, I mean, it's fucking weird. It's kind of strange, but they're not hurting anyone.
I can see it in the sense of like it's some sort of beautiful tragedy for them, because like it's maybe they are gay themselves and they get some sort of weird you know how people are obsessed with the concept of Romeo and Juliet and how they die at the end.
Kind of a martyrdom thing going on.
Yeah, the martyrdom sort of thing. It's like that. It could be that they enjoy that concept because of the martyrdom.
Yeah, it's sort of like how, many people in stories sort of like, like creating stories where there are like child soldiers and expressing that like, this is way of them sort of expressing how the horrors of war kind of rip away people's like humanity and in the traditional sense of innocence, how they make children grow up to be men super quickly and they die off quicker, do I have the right to say that freaking Tomino, the creator of Gundam, is a fucking creep for this reason? I don't think so.
Well, that's an emotional. That's a story that has emotion in it, and Lily doesn't like that. She only likes her coffee shop.
Also, and she also wouldn't like it because it's over 50 years old. So yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh my god. Josh Thomas more news. Like, gay people are allowed in the military. Does Lily think bullets and shells will just not hit them? No, you see, that's the secret. That's the reason why the U.S. military has been pushing for gay recruitment so hard. You just put all the gay people at the front lines, and all of the armaments just bounce right off them.
Oh
They're
my
the ultimate wall. Like, that's
all
the
gay
secret.
people
like
have superpowers.
This is the reason why. Like more bigoted countries and like overseas don't use the gays, because they know they're too powerful, and it's like you want to repress that, because if you let it get out that they're immune to damage, then it'll be like a nuclear arms race to get the most gay people. This is like the wildest story concept. I'm kind of digging
gay
it.
ops.
Yes,
True
gay ops. Call of Duty gay ops.
Yeah. Modern warfare.
That's amazing. I kind of want this story now. As a gay man, I can confirm. This is the reason why we won World War I and World War II, but we lost the fucking Vietnam War. Okay.
That is so funny.
Okay.
We're terrible. We're not as bad as Lily, and that's all that
Well, we're having fun at Lily's expense, so I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Lily Orchard, number 50. Writing a relationship based on a dynamic or trying to get a particular trope, i.e. enemies to lovers, into the story is a bad decision. Fuck you.
Also, like 3 tropes ago, she was like, the best solution to a love triangle is polyamory. What about love triangle? Does that not count in this? Is it only enemies to lovers because you have no emotional stability?
Love triangle and polyamory are dynamics, Lily. I honestly, I talked earlier about the fact that she has like some sort of selective reading comprehension disability, some sort of selective dyslexia, and I do believe that this is one of the cases, because it's like, do you not know what the term means, Lily? Do you not understand the concept of the term dynamic?
I mean, there's also the idea that she probably does know and she's lying. Because, like, listen, if she's willing to do that with the Mary Sue, I can say that she probably did that with other things. Who's to say that she hasn't?
But she also said that Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra didn't have a magic system because they predate the terminology.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh my god.
In literally the last writing tip, she said goblins was a trope. And I'm like, that's not what a trope is. That's just a fantasy race. That's just a character. It's like saying centaurs is a trope or mermaid.
I was gonna say, like, with the whole enemies to lovers dynamic, has Lily never experienced the moment, there's a weirdly cathartic moment where you and someone you vehemently oppose, like a rival or an enemy, actually unite together in, like, a common cause? Like,
no, because that implies that she gets along with anyone who ever slights her to any degree.
That's fair, but, like,
she literally blows up at people asking her simple fucking questions. You think she is ever gonna find common ground with anyone who disagrees with her?
Like, that's, I feel so sad, because that's one of the weirdest, like, satisfying, like, feelings in the world, is someone you vehemently oppose. And then you and, like, you're talking together and you're arguing so vehemently, then a third person comes in and is like, I think this, and you and your opponent, who you've just been neck to neck, throat to throat, like about to stab each other, turn are like, no, you idiot, shut up. And then you like look at each other and it's like, I respect you a little bit more now.
Yeah. I have a real life example of this. I mean, we didn't become lovers or anything like that, but we became friends afterwards. But I joined a roleplay group on Discord a couple of years ago, now, about like 6 years ago. And there was a person in particular who had a character that they were playing, and they kind of used, it felt to me that they were using that character to kind of like pick and choose who they were role-playing with, and if they were being mean to you in the roleplay scenario, it was just them playing their character who is difficult and all that kind of stuff. And we got into a lot of fights. And eventually it got to the point where that roleplay group broke apart. And because the owner of that server did not like this person either, they just pretended to break up the server when in fact they actually moved the server to a different one and were just leaving that person and a couple of their friends behind without knowing about it. And I thought that that was a really shitty move. So I told her about it, and we bonded over that. We became friends because of that. Like, we had to talk through a lot of our issues that we had with each other, and I don't think all of it technically got resolved, but we kind of just chose to move past that and just be friends, because like I said, I thought that what they did was really shitty to this person. That they didn't deserve that.
Alrighty, moving on to 51.
51? Alright, I think this one's really funny. Especially when you keep in mind how she reacted to people's criticism of her. Number 51. Vitriol does not immediately render criticism invalid. If you tone police criticism, you will likely miss something important.
Bitch,
Tell us all about it,
okay.
Lily.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like it's so weird. You know, you don't tone. Yeah, Lily, you shouldn't try to get people's channels taken down. I mean, tone police criticism. I'm sorry.
It's really,
My mistake. Slip of the tongue.
it
Sorry.
really sucks when it's like one of the biggest points on here. You can definitely, I can get behind and definitely agree.
Yes.
Though I do think critically speaking, I really do think you should be polite. You should be calm and considerate when you give feedback like this, unless you're pushed to a point. But like, I definitely agree. Vitriolic means that someone's passionate about it, which means they might actually care deeply. I hate the fact that it's something that I can agree with her, and I know that she does not adhere to this at all.
I would agree to a certain extent, but when it comes to a lot of these instances, it usually is people, off in their own corner, just talking to their friends and being as vitriolic as possible. And then somebody finding out about it and then having a shit fit over it. And it's well, they're not doing criticism correctly. And it's like, well, we weren't talking to you. Like, if I were gonna talk to you directly, then I'm gonna be different. But if I'm just gonna I'm just gonna shoot the shit with my friends, then I'm gonna be a little bit more vitriolic with the criticism.
And since when has Lily ever given any sort of like measured response to anything?
That's the thing. This is her being like, it doesn't matter how mean I am in my reviews. It doesn't matter that I called Rebecca Sugar a Nazi supporter. If you don't tone police me, then you won't listen to my valid criticisms.
Wait a minute. Okay, to clarify, she said she wouldn't blame anyone for saying she's a Nazi supporter. That's a very
totally different.
Yeah, totally different.
You shouldn't say anything, Lily, that could potentially get you sued for libel and anything else like that.
So we're in the middle of her writing tips is just an excuse for why she's such a nasty person in her videos all the time.
Yep. Like, I have no problem with people being passionate about their stuff either, but like, there is a point where the problem with Lily is that she isn't just passionate. She is antagonistic, needlessly antagonistic towards people and ideas that she doesn't like or doesn't agree with necessarily. And she doesn't properly explain to the audience why that anger is in any way justified, which is why her freaking vague posting constantly is so fucking annoying. It's why what anyone does that is so freaking annoying. How am I supposed to be in your shoes when you can't even tell me what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, Nami Noms, I did mean slander, but the word left my brain, and the only one that was left was libel, and I was like, fuck, which one is it?
We need J.K.
You had to
Simmons.
do that thing. You had to do the thing where you say it confidently, so then people think you know what you're talking about.
Hey, to be fair, she had if it needs to be in print to be libel, she did have to write this in the script somewhere.
I'm gonna have I have a request, please, that we read these next three all together because they all are kind of related and weirdly contradict each other.
Okay,
perfect.
So that's Twyven?
Yes.
Okay.
So, where are we again?
52.
53, 54?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Your fandom will fight and argue. This is how people solve conflicts. It's typically better to let people fight it out than to be complacent and beg people to just stop fighting. 53. Related to the above, every headcanon is valid. You should never leave your mouth. Do you want pedophiles and fascists in your fan base? Because that's how you get pedophiles and fascists in your fan base. 54. Speaking out against abuse fetishists, pedophiles, and bigots in your fan base will always be better in the long run than being quiet or complacent. It might just be exhausting to deal with, but it's better for everyone in the long run.
Yeah, so that's immediately contradictory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was that thing where it's like everyone should just do what they want. But what if there's that one person that's like, so what if I want to do this pedophile thing? And then it's like only Lily
you
would be that asshole.
You can do it. Just do it over there and don't hurt anyone, or by God, you will have you lynched before I can end this sentence.
Just let people do their own fighting, unless it's something that you don't like, and then you gotta run in and you need to fight everyone. It'll be exhausting, but you should fight everyone.
It's so bad.
Like, I've had this kind of internal conflict with my novel because the majority of the main characters are cousins. And I'm like, I don't want the majority of my fan base to be shipping the cousins together. And I'm like, I can discourage that, but ultimately I have no control over my potential fan base.
I was gonna say, I think I mentioned it before, the guy upstairs, that manhwa that I really liked, where the author really hated how much people were shipping the main characters together, the main antagonist and the main protagonist. Mm-hmm. Partly because I don't think she liked the ship, but also just because I think the main thing was, oh, they're related. They're actually brother and sister, which we didn't know. No one knew that except for the author. And it's like, oh, I'm glad you spoiled that twist after season 2 before you've started. Like, we don't even know if she's going to come back to season 3. Now, admittedly, there was apparently harassment going on where people were like actually messaging her things, but like at the same time, like she got really pissy over people just shipping these two characters together, and instead of just saying you probably shouldn't ship those two together, they don't work together like in terms of the story, but you know, whatever, I can't control the fandom. Like, I think that'd be a healthier way to handle it than, you know, shutting down completely. Like, you have like I don't want to be too hard on her, or I actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if it's a her or him. I presume it's a her. I don't want to be too hard on her in terms of like, you know, and when you lose a creative spark for something, I can understand that, but it's just like going into something like a creative endeavor where you're going to release it to mass media, the fandom's gonna fandom. You just got to be ready for that, man. You just got to be ready for every combination of things.
I was about to say, like,
Let Critter.
Let Critter go.
I was gonna say, like, when people say things like every headcanon is valid because they're trying to like let their fan base not like do things like Bumblebee, where like people attack each other over it. When most people in general don't approve of pedophiles stuff. So, and most, it's like given, usually. You know, not everyone usually has that addendum on.
Like, I was about to say, over-policing your fandom like this is how you get fucking Rooster Teeth. If anything, a lot of people, I don't know how true this is, but a lot of people consider Ruby's fandom even worse than most other fandoms because of how incredibly closely tied, how Rooster Teeth themselves royally fucked how bad and their fan base in terms of just giving them so much attention and leeway and all this unnecessary shit, to a point where just people are hyper vigilant and volatile of everything.
I was
this
gonna
is
say,
why authors need to have a good degree of separation between themselves and their fandom.
They half-assed.
You can't participate in that stuff.
I would argue that Rooster Teeth's approach was half-assed when it came to Ruby, because like I go back to the early days where admittedly they were a smaller company, but when they had that actual grassroots connection and they had actual personalities, like they had skin in the game of the fandom, it was actually really healthy. But like the more and more they grew, and like they still pretended like they had that skin in that game, but they started operating like they didn't. And it was like that weird middle ground of you didn't take things far enough in either direction to function, that really let it slip into like no one's in charge, no one's at the helm of the ship kind of feel.
Exactly.
Well, not only that, but they also just... They also had that very protect my ego sort of mentality to dealing with their fandom.
And like this shit
Which
is
didn't
how
help.
you develop an ego, kind of, because when you see yourself as the guy who has to like, okay, I guess I have to just, calm down the Redditors, I guess, today. That messes with your head. The same way it messes with Lily's head. This is what happens when so much of your attention is dedicated to just constantly fighting people online and finding new unnecessary reasons to get mad at shit for no fucking reason.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So 55.
If these
Oh my
guys
God, I
managed to
think we
get
got
through
new
one of these
Dederex
without
art.
mentioning Ruby, they'd probably explode. I'd be fine with going without mentioning Ruby. I don't know about the rest of them.
Hey, I didn't mention it first. That's all I have to
was gonna
say.
say, like, we haven't mentioned, like, this is. I'm trying to think how many times we've mentioned
second
it through
time.
the stream. Yeah, it hasn't been that many times this stream.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, freaking Dederex.
Oh, new Dederex
Oh.
art.
We posted. Oh, it's the gay ops. Dude, that kind of looks like gay theft auto to me.
No, dude. That's totally more payday. Gay day! Oh my God, it's gay day!
True. Gay day!
Gay day! That sounds like some Japanese J-pop group.
That probably exists somewhere. Somebody look that up.
We'll show you guys at the end of the stream. Oh God, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Of all the things
Yeah,
I thought
thanks.
would be made, that was not what I was expecting. Anyway, Kaiser, you're up. Fan service.
All right, 55. Oh my God. I remember this one. 55. Fan service is a concept you should never think about. Fans who need to be serviced are not actually fans. If you have fans, those fans are already having fun and don't need to be pandered to.
No, that's
Okay.
not how that works.
I just.
I mean, there's
Where to
such
begin?
a thing as too much fan service, in which case it just becomes the, hey, remember this? Remember when
becomes
this happened?
pandering.
Hello, live action Full Metal Alchemist. I remember you.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
don't
remember
remind me of
berries.
that. Oh! I just finished Danny Mata's watch through of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which is a fantastic watch, by the way. His reactions are amazing.
Mhm.
Nice.
But like, oh my God, it does just put into perspective so much about the how Full Metal has been handled and how I still don't think we've gotten a perfect adaptation yet.
Yeah.
You should find
It's like
Danny Mata.
Berserk.
You should find Danny Mata on TikTok. I don't know if he has his shorts on YouTube.
He does.
But you should find his misadventures of buying too many Pokeballs.
Yes. Did you see his newest one where he got a friendship ball from someone
Yeah.
and
Oh,
his
really?
buddy broke it?
Oh, what the fuck?
Like his buddy thought that you pushed the button to open it when it's just a magnetic.
Leave it
clasp.
to a friend to break the friendship ball.
Admittedly, he got two of them, so it's not like the worst loss, but it's still like a like man.
He could glue it
And
back or
yes, they had
something.
3 live-action Japanese movies, and only one of which got any coverage whatsoever from anyone. Orion Lucan
I
says,
thought
fan
somebody talked about
service
the second.
can be good, like how in Batman Caped Crusader has references, cameos to different characters and aspects of Batman's history. Yeah, no, totally.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's a line where you become dependent upon it, but at the same
Yeah.
time, if you don't play fan service to some degree, you're going to start alienating people that come for that kind of story, for that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
for
Well,
those
also,
elements.
you can kind of say that acknowledging the history of the series to some extent is fan service. So
Yeah, it's
having
reverence.
continuity in your story is some sort of fan service. But we do know that Lily does not like serialized stories. She prefers episodic stories, so she
Mhm.
doesn't like that kind of continuity.
Yeah, but having a degree of reverence for like the history that your story has gone through and the iconic moments that made it what it is, how is that a bad thing? What do you mean you're not a true fan if you want those things in your story?
Okay,
Why do you get to decide that?
What is the line between fan service and a tasteful, like, thematic callback? Like, in the terms of, like, I'm trying to think of a good example of this in terms of...
the climax for Slayer's Evolution R.
Right.
That was some good fan service.
I'm trying to think of like a more like well known for a lot of people's
also think
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Yes, I was gonna say the at the end of Endgame, the I am Iron Man moment is fucking legendary now. Endgame has a lot of problems as a film. That moment is not one of them.
I would also say, like, as a storyteller, I think you would also be a fan of putting your own fan service in. Like, it's not just for the quote-unquote fans of people watching or engaging in your media. Like, I think you would also enjoy fan service as the storyteller yourself, at least to some degree.
It's called having a motif. It's like, you know how a lot of people, like, you know how, artists like Yoko Shimomura, who, among other things, has created the soundtrack for Kingdom Hearts. She uses a lot of very similar motifs in many different parts of her soundtrack. But it's very sad. You can call that a degree of fan service. But in most cases, it's very satisfying because each song tells a story. Like that makes sense.
Cursed Knight.
You could say that you could say that sea salt ice cream is now fan service in Kingdom Hearts.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yes.
Cursed Knight. Dear Lord, the only critic I found just as insane is Synthetic Man. You should do a reaction to his videos or watch Blicky, who's a nice guy. Are there any plans to make a playthrough stream? Playthrough stream? Like play it like let's play or live stream a game? Maybe in the future, but no. Also, I think we've covered Synthetic Man, didn't we?
We didn't.
I thought it was his. Was it the Straw Man video?
No, that's Lumar. That's Lumar.
Was that Lumar? I thought it was Synthetic.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe it's like
no, that was not Synthetic Man. That was way more coherent than anything Synthetic Man has ever made.
Mr. Spider.
I suggested like a very long time ago that we all play Don't Starve Together at some point. But I know Critter said that she didn't want to because she had problems like streaming games.
Yeah. Mr. Spider 236 says, out of curiosity, what are your guys' opinion on the anime kind of fan service in fiction? So like sexual fan service. That's what you're asking about, right?
Here we go.
I mean,
it's annoying when it's like in everything. Literally everything.
There was an anime that came out a while back that legendarily had like this girl trip downstairs, do like a triple axel Healy flip, and then land ass first onto a guy's face, and you see every ounce of her panties and every extreme detail as she does. Like, that's extreme. Though, admittedly, if it's specifically an ecchi story,
ecchi series,
if it's an ecchi series, if that's like the genre you're in for that. Like, you don't pretend
that's
otherwise.
Fine,
like, I've watched Monster Musume. I actually really like Monster Musume. There's a lot of fan service, especially in the unrated version of Monster Musume. I knew what I was getting into, but I stayed because I actually thought it was compelling as a story. I just thought I liked the characters.
Real quick, somebody said Lily would hate Kill La Kill. Lily unironically said Trigger's animation style is bad. Let that stink in.
What a loser.
Yeah.
There's an anime that I love as a sort of guilty pleasure because it is so ridiculous. It is a sort of ecchi show, but the concept is literally men are from Mars and women are from Venus, and they just canonically are at war with each other, but now some men have snuck on to the female pirate ship and they got swept across the galaxy, and now they have to get along with each other, and that leads to some ecchi moments, but it's like they literally don't know anything about each other or like their anatomy, so it's not like they're doing the ecchi things on purpose or trying to like gather a peek because they want to get their rocks off. It's like I heard a rumor that there is some sort of antenna on the body of a man. Is that true?
Lily said that Trigger hates women. How can she say that?
Oh
when
yeah,
Little Witch
she said
Academia
that too.
has exactly like 4 male characters, several of which only show up like once or in the background. Like the majority of the cast is female, and it's an entirely female-led series. Like I don't even know how she can say that.
Because
Also,
girls
yes,
are wearing skimpy outfits or something, I guess.
No,
and
no.
she...
The only one close to that is Akko, and it's because she shortens her skirt, and that's it. Like it's pointed out. Like people are like, "That's not why you keep freaking unroll your skirt. That's not up to code." Like people would get angry at her about it.
Also, yes, a lot of people in the chat are asking if it's Vandred or saying it's Vandred. Yes, it's Vandred.
It's
such a fun show.
So is it back to me?
Literally, it starts with anti-woman propaganda. It's so funny.
I read 55, so now
56.
it's your turn.
The tendency for shipping to dominate discourse is the biggest sign that characters and their relationships are more satisfying than anything else. People didn't petition for a 4th season of Kim Possible to see what happened with Draken or to see new villains.
Fuck you, Draken was one of the best parts of the show. The fuck are you talking about?
I was going to say, if I could get, like, I guarantee you that one of the strongest reasons that Phineas and Ferb got renewed was that people wanted to see way more of Doofenshmirtz. Because everyone fucking loves Doofenshmirtz. Everyone just adores him.
He's great.
But Doofenshmirtz is like the only thing that I know about that show, other than the fact that there is a platypus somehow.
Harry the platypus.
Harry the platypus.
I don't understand him in context.
He's a platypus and he's a secret agent. What more do you need to know? That's it. That's it. That's literally it.
I think I've cracked the code with Lily. She doesn't actually care about stories, like conflicts or narratives. She only sees stories as like a bowl to hold the idea of a relationship in, and not even a developing relationship, like a currently like married, canonically together relationship. That's all she cares about. She doesn't
together, related by blood relationship.
Everything else, that's why she gets mad at everything else around it, because it distracts from the two characters sitting there kissing each other nonstop.
I agree, and that's why I say that I don't think that Lily has a creative bone in her body, because she doesn't fundamentally understand the concept of creativity, including storytelling.
And adding on to that, Kim Possible has, remember a lot of other Kim Possible's villains? They are incredibly fun. I would kill to see more, like, different hilarious villains in a freaking
Senor and Senor Junior. Like that's I love that.
I haven't thought of them in years.
It's such a stupid dynamic. I love it. But I was gonna say, I think, being very generous here, I think there is a kernel of truth to this, in the sense that I think people do latch on more so to characters than high concepts. So more so than anything else, especially in the fan discourse and in fan, especially in fan creations, you focus a lot more on characters and how they interact with one another, more than, say, the high, like in Gundam, a lot of the fan fiction isn't necessarily about the political drama. Although,
because writing space politics is very, very difficult.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. It's like writing high concepts believably is very difficult. Though I'm not saying there's none of that. I'm just saying that like a lot of people click with the emotional stuff because it's a lot more familiar and a lot more relatable.
High concept is the worm dangling on the hook. It is there to entice you. so that you would get into the story and then you stay for the characters.
Raymond. Hey,
What?
Would you call those things dynamics? How dare
Oh,
you?
no,
We must
no,
smite
That was the thing that happened to like 3-4 fucking tips ago, where relationship dynamics are bad.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's so. Damn it, Lily. Critter, you're up.
Okay, we're on 57?
57.
Yes.
57. Complaints about too much negativity is shooting the messenger. If there is an overabundance of negativity, that means there's things to be negative about. People cannot be positive without things to be positive about. This is just the same thing as media critics can be mean if they want to. It's just her being like, I can be mean and nasty because I didn't like the show in the middle of her writing tips.
Yeah. And like, I technically agree with her on this, because it is, with some stuff, it is very hard to find the positives. Like, you have to go digging in a cave in order to find the positives of some media. But
this one frame actually looks somewhat decent.
Yeah. Like, I can agree, I can disagree in some sense in the fact that, yeah, some people get caught up in the negativity aspect of it and then go looking for negative things to complain about because they don't know how to talk about positives.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, in some ways she is correct in that if there is a problem with a story, talking about the negatives can be beneficial. But she's wrong in the sense that sometimes people just get too caught up in the negativity and then they don't focus on the positives that are actually there.
Mr. Nameless Purposeless the Seventh. Yes, we are aware of Courtney Pete. That is where a lot of our references are coming from. Cursed Knight. Critter, do you think a female Radon type character would fit well into a magical girl animation? Mighty swordsman demigod that knows gravity magic. I don't see
Yeah, why not? I don't know what character you're specifically referring to.
It's a character from Elden Ring. It's General Radon. He's in a lot of the promo stuff. He's the big giant guy. His whole thing is actually really fun. He has a little horse called Leonard that he actually outgrew being able to ride. So he learned gravity magic so he could still ride his favorite horse, Leonard. So
that's the cutest thing in the world.
So when you're fighting him, he's a guy, he's like skating around on this horse that's like too small for him. It's like kind of comical, but it's like really fucking sweet as a character beat.
Heck yeah. Make that a magical girl. Do it.
Hell yeah.
Piney Tree says, does tips 57 mean that there is like nothing positive in Lily's life given how she acts? Oof.
Well.
Tell it on yourself, Lily.
Yep. I mean, the only positive thing that she ever talks about really is just like her wife. But even then, I've heard some controversies about a potential third wheel that may be kind of young.
Also, allegedly, her brother, who is still bigoted in most other ways, but she just tolerates for whatever reason, I guess.
Yeah, specifically to have somebody to fight her sister with.
I guess. It's so confusing. It's so weird. The lore is wild, people. The lore is
I don't
wild.
want to know it, honestly.
No, I don't blame you.
Oh yeah, no. Like, I don't normally have to take like mental health breaks, but listening to Courtney's story, I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna take a break.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's fair. Now, number 58. Oh, yeah.
I think
you have to read.
Yeah, Twi.
Yeah. 58. If you do something bigoted and get yelled at for it, listen to the people yelling at you. Cancel culture isn't real. The rage and vitriol will be gone in 2 weeks, and you'll be a better person for it. Getting yelled at stopped being the end of the world at age 10.
So anyway, how about those videos you striked down because you didn't like them?
God, it keeps getting worse.
Again, this is another one of those ones where, like, there's a bit of a kernel of truth in here, where just let it roll off your back when you have something, like, happen to you like this. Like, if you get if someone tries to cancel you, just let it roll by, unless, admittedly, if you committed a horrible sin of some sort. Like, there's a line. But, like, if you're just, like, giving your opinion and someone wants to cancel you over that, that'll roll away fast enough. Don't bother about it. But, like,
yeah, the worst thing that you can do
mirror
is ignore people's criticism and act like it's not a thing, because that's just like a negative spiral.
Absolutely.
Clearly, the best thing to do is to take down your video and then re-upload it again slightly differently, but make sure you complain about everyone who said you were wrong, and then take down that video and re-upload it again to be even more nasty about it, and then copyright strike people who said they didn't like you.
It's all in the game, people. She has this whole YouTube game in the bag.
Can you imagine?
But cancel culture isn't real, right, guys?
Can you imagine the power play if she copyright struck and, like, actually striked someone's channel to get a video removed, but downloaded it and then did a response video where she had free reign to completely edit it? Can you imagine the disgusting level of power move? Like, if I really were a manipulative bastard, can you imagine? Like, that's how I would handle it. But thankfully, I actually have morals. But, like, I'm just, like, imagining worst case scenario.
I mean, there's no reason why Lily wouldn't do that.
Except
sorry, go ahead, Critter.
I was gonna say, the only thing I could imagine stopping her is, like, not being smart enough to know to do that.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely it.
I found a video one time with the same mentality of, like, just complaining about the concept of cancel culture. And then toward the end of the video, they're like, well, I'm really afraid of people going after me and attacking me on the internet over my opinions. And I left a comment and I'm like, what do you think cancel culture is?
Yeah.
Like, but dude, you just confirmed that cancel culture is the thing.
We should so read the next point because it's perfectly in line with this.
Okay. The quickest and easiest way to make yelling stop is to own up to the mistake. Don't make excuses or explain why you did the bad thing. Fix it and never repeat it. Progressives are very forgiving if you give them results. Stubbornness is what gets people canceled.
He's actually right. That's what's happening to her right now.
I don't necessarily agree with this. People can be very vindictive and spiteful. A lot of people will not forgive you, even if you own up to the mistake. It's one of the most brutal realities. Like, and it's one of the most unfortunate realities that even if you're in the wrong, one of the most safe things you can do to protect yourself when someone's trying to cancel you, if you have self-preservation, is to just, for some people it's easy, for some people it's hard, but it's just to lie and absolutely refute any statement otherwise and then stand by that. It's just it's like cancel culture is one of the most awful things to happen because it has destroyed any sense of, like, either people take too much accountability or they take no accountability, and there is no in between.
Literally none.
Also, like there are times when people just either lie about things to start a controversy, or people blow up a very minuscule thing to make a mountain out of a molehill, essentially.
Oh, hi, Joe Cat.
Yeah, like with Joe Cat. And just be like, we're canceling you unless if you apologize. And it's like, apologize for what? I didn't do anything. And they're like, oh my god, he's denying the fact that he did something wrong. What an evil person.
This is such a weirdly cutesy, twee, honestly very babyish way of viewing the world. Like, if something goes bad, say you're sorry, and then the My Little Ponies can write their friendship lesson to Celestia about how they fixed their moral lesson of the day.
Like, to a
Yeah.
certain extent, I do agree that, acknowledging your mistakes and actually owning up to them is good, but here's a problem. Most people on the internet, and this includes Lily, do not understand does not understand restraint. Like, they don't understand that, like, hey, certain behavior is called for in certain situations and others just aren't because they're just not worth the vitriol. But they deal with all of these situations the same way. That's where you get situations where freaking Joe Cat, this incredibly wholesome guy, gets freaking shat on because he just says he really, really likes women the same way as you would treat somebody who showed up on Chris Hansen.
Yep.
Mystery Geo says, a Ruby question: would you all ever do a D&D campaign with OCs on a team? I am now sad at the mention of Joe Cat, so thank you for that. Actually, in the Tundra, which you can access to for $1 or more, we had someone actually trying to, I think it was Edelweiss, Jackie, who's one of the sketchies. She was trying to arrange that, but then got very busy. But we got to the point where several of us had actually made characters. I actually have an OC character in the chamber, effectively, for a D&D campaign.
I do not have an OC that is equipped to be a Ruby character. I would have to do a lot of work to make one of my characters a Ruby character, and then I would probably be sad because I have to sully my OC to make them a Ruby character.
You can just build an original character in the Ruby universe. Like, they just pre-sullied. It's like those well-worn jeans you can buy.
It takes effort, though.
Does it?
I have to, like, go to the store, and then I have to, like, select the jeans.
And then I have to hand over money. And I like money.
And like, is this Ruby OC worth the money? I don't think so.
So number 60, this one might get spicy. We'll see. Forced diversity is a right-wing dog whistle, not a criticism. I'm sorry. Who's having their entire race blackwashed right now? How many gingers, Lily? How many gingers? It's been so long since I've seen a red-haired protagonist that doesn't have the ugly short cropped haircut in so long. Like, oh my god.
What about that one Star Wars kid from that video game?
He has the short hair. He has the short cropped hair. Yeah.
My caveat was that I thought it looked nice on him.
he does wear it well, but he looks like that one kid from oh god, I'm trying to remember. It's this actor. He's always in like B-list stuff off to the side. He was in one of the Supermassive games, which was like those like the spin-off of Until Dawn. That was about the town.
Isn't that the actor? Am I wrong?
It might be the same guy. Celtic, where's your Blaze Blue rant? I can't find it when I search your channel. It's somewhere in one of these videos, man. I don't know.
I have returned, and we are talking about.
Long story short, Blaze
Fuck
Blue
me.
got into a game, was completely lost by the story. Gameplay didn't hold me. Got bored and left. That's it.
I have an example of like a real life, not in media, example of like forced diversity that I heard about. Is like there's a BBC documentary about this skeleton that they found in Britain of someone who lived like 7,000 years ago. They're just arbitrarily saying that this person is black just because reasons.
I will say forced diversity. I do agree that forced diversity is not real criticism.
To an extent, sure.
There's a layer to it. Like it can't just be the point in it of itself. It needs to actually go towards like the character. A good example of I complain about the redheads getting forced out, which is a thing that's weirdly popular. It's just, I don't know why.
It is to me at least. It is just an example of, oh, well, you made it in now, so now you get to be the person that we go after and erase because you've made it, even though that historically you were one of us.
But like the idea,
which is a really gross mentality to have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But like, to the point of it, like the Lord of the Rings, or the current debacle with the Rings of Power, and where you have like black dwarves and other black villagers and people of color mixed all throughout Middle Earth, when Middle Earth was very clearly informed by medieval England, and actually there is a population of people that are of different colors and races that are actually to the south
that they didn't use.
That they didn't use, they decided not to tap into for whatever reason. They instead decided to completely retcon the actual diverse structure of the world itself in order to force this diversity upon it. It's like, you didn't need to do that. You did it anyway, and now you've got a lot of people angry for it, and all you're doing is calling them racist when they easily can turn around and like, you could have literally just brought an entire storyline from these people to the south. Why didn't you do that?
Yep.
And then, for some reason, had a fashion oopsie daisy in which the black dwarf wife of the leader had like gold flecks on her hair, and it made it look like she had dandruff. Nice going, guys.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. And also, can I just say, you're telling me that forced diversity doesn't exist, Lily? Remember, dude, I know this probably happened before this happened. I mean, that this thread was created before this happened, but this bears being mentioned. What do you call Netflix's Cleopatra then?
Oh, yep.
Oh
yep.
god, that's a sore spot for
You
people.
know, the one that was so bad that the creators were so fucking self-absorbed and shitty that they literally disregarded the words of the people that they are legitimately culturally appropriating about their fucking culture.
I have a friend who is Egyptian, as in, I have a hard time talking to him because of the time difference, because he's literally living in Egypt. And he was so angry about that documentary. He said that it was very offensive, and nobody in Egypt liked it at all, because everyone knows that Cleopatra was Greek. That happened in an era when Egypt was ruled by the Greeks.
Yes.
Oh. God, Lily's stupid.
Yep.
Lesson
61.
learned, yes.
61. Reclaimed slurs are not universal, and as such should never be included in a work.
Not a fan of Huck Finn, are you?
Apparently not.
I'm not gonna walk up to the Wayne brothers and tell them what they can and can't say. I think it's their prerogative. I think it's up to the people who the slur was pointed at, whether or not they feel comfortable in their writing utilizing it that way. You know, I don't think you, a white woman, Lily, sorry, with a splash of Native American in you, I don't think you have any authority to say about like certain slurs being reclaimed or not.
Okay, I have a question about slurs and the general like perception around them. I need to ask, is WOP still super offensive for Italians, or have we as a culture moved past that? I'm not sure anymore. I'm curious about that because I don't hear it at all. It's just like,
I don't know.
I would take it. It's still, I still lean on it's offensive. So I'm not, not like I would ever I don't typically insult people that way anyway. I typically call them dipshits.
Never heard of this slur.
Oh, you've never
It was
heard of
crazy.
You never heard.
No.
They used it in an episode of Boy Meets World early, like episode 4.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
but it was like he was making a point. He said it like Corey, the main kid, said it to Sean to make a point. It was crazy. I was like rewatching it a couple of years ago, and that scene happened, and I was like, "Whoa!"
I was gonna say I've only ever heard it once used in person, outside of like people talking about it reference wise or like making jokes. Like comedians can do that kind of stuff. But like I've only ever heard one person use it in earnest. And that guy was not someone I wanted to ever associate with ever again.
Right.
I
But
think
in regards to
Lily...
this whole thing...
But yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Critter. You
I was just going to say, I think Lily is only thinking of, like, queer being the concept of a slur.
I was thinking of the N-word.
Oh, yeah, she hates that. She hates the word queer.
Yeah, she doesn't like the word queer.
Yeah.
And I know that there are a lot of people, like, mostly older people, that do not like the term queer. It's mostly the younger people who have been pushing for reclaiming the word queer.
It's really weird.
And mainly that's just using it as a catch-all to describe everybody in one go, because gay both also means like homosexual men, but also apparently means the entire LGBT spectrum.
I was gonna say,
when I made
it's very confusing.
When I made my video talking about representation in Ruby, I generally throughout the thing I would say LGBTQIA+. I said the whole thing. And because I wanted to include everybody. And I got several comments of people being like, when you say it that way, it sounds very like clinical or corporate, desanitized.
Yeah.
So like you can just use queer as a catch-all. And so I was like, okay, I have learned.
I think like this is a clear indication that like on an individual basis, like if say, for example, you're talking to a gay person or a member of the LGBT, and they say, hey, I understand you're not using this, in a way that harms me or anything like that. It's just I myself have had particular experiences with that word, so I don't like that being used. I would be all like, okay, fine, I understand. I won't use that word around you, right?
Yeah, like.
But if the wider community is okay with me using it as a catch-all to describe you guys, I'm all like, my hands are tied at that point.
Seawits, I hate repeating this, but this is what Seawits says. I'm autistic. Retard is a funny word. Okay, that's not what retard was initially describing. It's not autism. It's much more severe mental developmental issues.
It was a catch-all for anyone with mental retardation, in which autistic people did fall into the spectrum of. And the history of the word retarded in a medical context does stem from the fact that people were using other previous words as slurs, so they picked up the word retard as a kind and polite version of what to call these people medically, and then assholes just made that into a slur.
Yeah, that's how the cycle goes.
The replacement is now autist or autistic itself, which I have a problem with, because you can't just use the word to describe a mental disorder or a mental disability or whatever as the frickin' slur.
Yeah.
I don't care about the word retard as much because it is no longer used in a medical context. It is a historical word, but nobody apparently gives a shit about using autism as a slur.
No.
Funny that for some reason.
I mean, I guess it's not as fun to say for a lot of people.
The pining tree, queer is an interesting situation. Plus queer exists. Never heard
fuck
of
is queer?
But I was gonna say, when it comes down to queer never had an inherently like its deep associations with negative context. Like calling someone queer only had about as an insult, only had about a lifespan of, I want to say 20 to 30 years before it started getting rehabilitated. So it's had a much shorter time span as a negative word, as opposed to before that, queer was just sort of like it's a word for odd or strange or just a descriptive word of someone who's gay or what have you. As opposed to, like, say, the N-word, which has been used as a derogatory for hundreds of years, and thus rehabilitation has been very slow. We are getting there, I think, honestly, through a lot of the overexposure and a lot of the fact that African Americans have basically used it in a lot of different contexts.
A lot of things,
yeah. Like we're not quite there where it can be used openly again, as opposed to queer and retard. I don't know. I still feel personally uncomfortable using it. My dad actually kind of beat it into me not to use it. I don't mean actually physically, but like he's on he helps out with like the Special Olympics, and he very much takes exception to that word. So if it were ever uttered in my house, it would be very much frowned upon in a very strict way.
Yeah, I don't personally use it to, like, describe a person. More, I use it to describe an idea or a concept.
Pretty much.
I think, the long and short of it is, this is a much bigger, much more complex topic than a moron like Lily Orchard should be trying to tackle.
We're going even more beyond that, because, like, it shouldn't be used in a work ever. We're completely ignoring the fact that, like, well, what if you're being representative of the time? Like Huckleberry Finn, which uses the N-word a lot, because that's just how people spoke back then. Like, that's...
what if you're making... So I watched Sabrina, the one on Netflix. The live action one. I don't remember Sabrina. In the last season...
As opposed to the other live action one.
I didn't want to call it... I didn't want you thinking of the animated one. Or the live action one from the 90s.
Yeah, there is the live action from the 90s. That was the original one too.
So in the last season, there was a trans character who was using he/him pronouns now, and they do this whole weird episode where, like, they accidentally go back in time and are in basically it's like this is gonna sound so dumb. It's if Germany won in World War II, which was way too crazy for the plotline they were tackling. But anyway, they have this villain character who is a Nazi and was also like a demon or something, if I remember correctly. A wholly evil person. But they were respecting this trans character's pronouns. They were still calling them he, him. And I was like, okay, so this villainous character feels less threatening, less of a villainous force, because they're polite enough to still use the right pronouns when referring to this character.
God,
I don't know.
If you really
also, that wouldn't have been realistic.
I was gonna say, like,
because they also went after trans people as well.
Oh yeah, they went after
110%.
I mean, people forget they went after Christians a lot too. Like,
we
have a saint because there was a priest that sacrificed himself for 100 people. Like, but like, ignoring that stuff, like, in the sense of, like, can you imagine the dynamic you could get out of a villain like that? Where, what if they did respect the pronouns in a mocking way? Like you could have them do that that's villainous shit. Where it's like, oh yes, take him to the chamber. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god.
It's sort of like the idea of, like, it's the idea of, like, oh, so you profess yourself a man. Well, if that's all fair, fair.
We will treat you as any other man and put you in the mines. Like you can,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like you make the like you actually play the villains as evil. You can do that. You're allowed to do that.
I feel like I saw something like that where I think it was a trans character, and it's like, oh, you want to be a woman? Well, I'm gonna treat you like one. And something happens. I don't remember where it's from, but something like that happened.
God, I'm really not mature enough to handle any of this.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah. She would go to a corner and cry.
Yeah.
Is this
Twilight?
Okay.
I think.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Okay.
62.
62. Oppressed people fighting against their oppressors are not villains. Oh, this is the subject of my video. No, I don't care if you think they went too far. Not all of those who respond with violence are wrong, and not all those who preach nonviolence are right to do so.
Again,
You,
I
you
have
hear
some
that?
words to say, but I'll be right back real quick.
The
Colonel,
White Fang aren't villains.
there's
There you
kernels
go.
of truth in here, because fighting, like, sometimes violence is the right course of action, but you must understand that violence is very rarely the right course of action, and you must be very strategic with what it is, because if you don't do it at the right time for the right reasons, it will backfire on you, and it will only lead to a cycle of violence and further suffering. Knowing the struggle of characters knowing when it is right to fight and when it is wrong to fight and when to do what where is what's compelling. And I don't know how to express this other than, Lily, you're not living in reality.
No, because what... Sorry, Critter. Go ahead.
I'm just like, it's just about Steven Universe. She just didn't like the diamonds. She didn't like any of Steven Universe.
She made, like I said, she made an entire video about this, which I randomly picked to respond to, and it was about Magneto and how Magneto is morally correct for being a terrorist because he has a
Okay.
sympathetic backstory.
I was gonna say, okay,
Oh,
Lily,
hold on a sec.
here's an interesting thing. What if
Need
we
to-
went back in
I
time?
need to change my freaking output settings.
Okay, what if we went back in time to Hitler's youth, and we found out that he
Oh,
was
right.
beaten viciously by Jewish people? What if we learned that he was abused for years by Jews as a child? What if we learned that? Does that suddenly justify
Yeah.
what he fucking did? The answer,
Yeah.
no. It
No.
Yes. What?
No, listen. I was saying yeah because I was following your logic, okay?
It was an agreement, yeah. Like, yeah, I'm on board.
I know, but I thought it was hilarious. It was too good to pass up. Kaiser based. Oh no! Oh no!
It's starting.
Oh.
No, we don't need to talk. Okay, that was a slip of the tongue. I get you, dude. That is like the freaking what was it? The bedrock of so many stories. And since, you know, somebody clued me in on this particular tip, I gotta give the people what they want. Gundam. Okay. What is the plot of the very first Gundam? Zeon, also known as Space Germany, they were originally colonists in space that were being oppressed by the Earth Federation because they saw the colonies as nothing more than just resource banks in order to fill the stomachs of the fat cats stuck back on Earth, right? They're basically an oppressed population just sent into space so that they'll make more room for the fucking for the rich people on Earth, ostensibly. It's like space redlining, galactic redlining. Does that
Pete,
suddenly-
unrelated question, but Kaiser, what are your thoughts on World War II? Got a preference for
Oh my
which side?
gosh.
Jake? Thanks, Pete.
Listen, okay, before somebody quotes me saying Zeon did nothing wrong, keep in mind, Zeon are the same guys who ended up throwing an entire space colony and wiped out most of Australia from the map.
Woof.
Yeah, that's actually one of the most
In the
beautifully animated fucking tragedies in history of animation.
See, now Raymond's based.
Look, I love.
yeah,
Look, you know my history with D&D. I love throwing major
True.
population centers at other major population centers. It is one of my favorite pastimes.
But yeah, like, dude, are you telling me that there is nothing an oppressed minority could do that could ever be, like, impermissible, even if it's not as bad as what the oppressors have done? I'm pretty sure, right? I'm very, very, very sure that if a bunch of black people, God forbid, if a bunch of black people decide to just do a bunch of non-consensual things to a bunch of white women en masse, I don't think that would be allowable in your eyes.
No, I think that Lily definitely would, because she specifies that you should just allow people to do what they want in order to get to the position where they are no longer oppressed. And if doing such a thing will help them do it, then she says, just sit back and let them.
It's
That
fucking
is
disgusting.
that is her message.
Orion Lucan says
that is ultimately her message.
Again, characters like Megatron and Dio disprove her point.
100%. Dio had like a bad life because he was poor, and his father's an asshole ever since he lost his wife. That he took it out on Dio and basically turned him into a ruthless sociopath. And then Dio just ends up trying to usurp an entire family's fortune, and then decide to become a vampire and kill swabs of people.
Well, you can decide to become a vampire. I'm glad there's a choice.
Most people don't.
There is a choice, unironically here in this show. Yes.
The fun thing about these tips from Lily Orchard is it's basically just an exercise in seeing like what kind of media people have consumed, like what many different shows they've seen that cover these topics that defy what she's talking about, because she has such a small little worldview because she's only watched like 5 cartoons.
Dude,
and so guys, like talking about like the massive other shows out there just really is like, it's a fun thought experiment. That's the best part.
I figured it out. It's the real media literacy challenge.
Yep.
It's the media literacy challenge. That's what this thread is. This is just clue us in that she has failed the challenge and she cannot accept it.
Of what Lily talks about, a lot of what we've been using to counter Lily's points are anime. And we know that the only anime that Lily approves of is Hamtaro, Pokemon, probably Doraemon if she ever got around to watching that. Just, you know, Little Hamster's Big Adventures, Hamtaro.
It's Hamtaro's time.
Okay, let's
theme song.
Okay, let's use the freaking let's use a Western example, I guess.
No, that's the point, is that she just doesn't expose herself to new stuff. That's just it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Not only that, but like my point with anime is that she thinks that all anime is toxic, except for the ones that have like themes like Hamtaro, like baby shows. I think the only exception to that, for some weird reason, is A Place Further from the Universe, which she actually likes.
Okay, to be fair, that is a
Also
fucking
Metabots.
phenomenal show, and it is on our list.
Yeah, but people have pointed out that like there are things that Lily should disagree with and hate it for.
Oh, absolutely.
But she just ignores it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, the main character's not getting along at times. Hey, that happens.
Yeah. Also, some Sai pointed out like the fact that there's a lot of adult men oogling these girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was made for that shit. Like, dude, and also, I love how contradictory this is, like, in itself. Not all those who respond with violence are wrong. So you're implying that there are people who use violence to fight their oppressors that are in the wrong. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Self-defeating.
Like, there's a moment in the video that I respond to where she's using Amon from The Legend of Korra as an example. And she says that you need to let Amon take over the city, because even if it is a lie, what he's fighting for is still a good thing. And therefore, you should just let him destabilize the entire city.
Oh yeah, forcibly taking people's bending and autonomy and terrorizing them just because they're benders. Yeah, that seems pretty justified. Yeah.
And you know what I find really funny is that she mostly uses Magneto and Amon as examples when they have the complete opposite viewpoints. Amon wants to take people's bending away forcefully, whereas Magneto, is fighting against people who want to take his mutation away forcefully.
Did you know?
Interesting, Matt.
I was checking Lily's YouTube channel during the whole like copyright strike debacle to see if she was gonna mention it at all. She didn't. But apparently she's working on just like redoing her Korra video.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I'm like, you're just such a loser, just repeating your old big hits because you have nothing else to talk about.
Yep.
I did tell her in my
someone
video
said
that hasn't been
video.
released yet that she should just redo her Korra video again if she still wants to talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely. I psychically just sent that message to her.
You put that into existence.
Yep.
It'd be interesting. It'd be hilarious if she starts contradicting herself in the remake of her video.
I mean, in retrospect, there were a lot of issues with her original video.
Yeah.
Like, there were a lot in retrospect. There was like this very small channel that did like a whole breakdown of it. It's in 4 parts. I think it's called The Admiral Reviews. I recommend anyone look that kid up. Haven't seen them since after the pandemic happened. I hope they're okay. I hope they're alive, most importantly. But yeah.
Anyway, number 63, Kaiser.
Okay, related to the above. See, we love a good sequel, ladies and gentlemen. A good spin on the heroes who never kill mantra is to highlight how refusing to kill a villain who later goes on to kill more innocent people makes the hero responsible for those deaths. There's a free story theme for you. How is that related to the above at all?
How's that a writing tip? That's just a concept.
Yeah, that's not like... And also, it's a thing that has been done. I'm pretty sure that's like half of Batman's fucking stories.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah. But also, somebody who refuses to kill somebody who goes on to kill other people, that's still not considered that person's responsibility.
No.
I was also gonna say, like, I do like the whole Punisher joke, which is like, if you kill a murderer, the number of murderers stays the same. And Punisher's like, that's why I kill a lot of them.
Love them. Love them.
But yeah,
That's
no,
so funny.
Yeah, it's just a concept. It's a good concept. Great, go ahead, explore that theme. But like, I don't. Fine.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
the reason why you do realize again, and I probably said this before, but like the reason why Batman's villains keep escaping and killing more people isn't his fault. It's because of fucking Arkham. They don't do their fucking job.
Yeah, Arkham doesn't do their job. That's
Arkham,
not
the
Batman's
courts.
fault.
Although,
Yeah.
There was an episode with like the guy in Arkham who wanted to basically exterminate all the villains. I remember that episode of like I saw a clip from it.
Oh,
from
yeah.
the Batman animated series, and the guy like went insane and decided to become like a murderer of murderers. That was his whole thing. Anyway,
that was a good episode.
64. If you're writing fantasy and you have no issue having dragons in your world, but suddenly think people of color are unrealistic because something medieval Europe, you're a huge turd and an idiot. No, you're fucking you're an idiot. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can have characters of color, but you have to be very strategic where you put them in medieval Europe because, typically speaking, the Moors did not travel super far north as much as you probably think they would.
Also, Lily, by your logic, there should be fucking Hispanic people in the Avatar universe. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, is it okay to have white people in the Avatar universe, which is only made up of like East Asian and Inuit people, just because we need like more diversity?
Like,
yeah, what the fuck?
What's fun about a lot of these stories that a lot of like people that push for just diversify everything everywhere is the story of how characters wind up in these places. Like, if you want an Asian person in medieval Europe, or some similar Europe, some similar time, what would be really fascinating? Hey, where did the Japanese come through? Through the Dutch. The Dutch had a lot of trade with the Japanese back in the day. You can get a Japanese person or even a whole ship of Japanese people in Denmark if you really wanted to. So,
sure.
But like having characters talk to them and discuss it and about the trade and what they're actually doing there, and like there's storytelling opportunities.
Storytelling? What?
Like, and if you're not going to use that, like, you can use it as a background dressing if you really want to, but keep it all within that context, and you're fine. It's no one's going to complain about that because that's accurate. But like, fuck off with this like unrealistic, like it is unrealistic. If you want to build a world with actual demographics, you're going to have to like learn how the demographics work.
Yeah, you have to
just
learn
like
about history.
Are you, dude? I would love for Lily. I would love for Lily to fucking go up to like somebody trying to create the freaking Egyptian or African equivalent of Lord of the Rings, and go all fucking hey, you're missing a few white people. That's not okay.
Like the main thing that is the problem with this kind of mentality is that they're just wanting to make a medieval fantasy setting into modern day America.
Which is really dumb.
They just want fantasy modern America.
It's really it's really annoying because what kind of fantasy is to escape the real world. That's why we have it.
Yeah. And like, it's not like you can't set your story in a place where there was historically a lot of diverse people. You could set it in Greece. You could set it in Rome. Why do you have to set it
in Egypt?
In northern Europe, where there were not a lot of diverse people?
Set it in like not Babylon. What am I thinking of? Persia. Set it in Persia because there was massive trade going through Persia.
But you know what? But you know what? The reason why they don't do that is because it's not the popular setting, and people would have to like do effort, like research, and we can't have that.
But also Raymond, when you said I want to escape real life, I'm all like, you know what? I agree, Raymond. I'm around black people all day and night. I want a place to escape.
Sky Slasher, why does no one blame the courts for Joker? He's a domestic terrorist, insane or not, he get the chair in reality.
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. I don't know how the insanity defense, and I mean, some continuities, I'm pretty sure he does get the chair. Like, that's another problem with comics, is that, like, they just keep resetting shit, so...
Oh,
yeah.
Also, there's apparently 3 Jokers, except there's not. I'm not entirely sure how that's working out.
It depends on... Ugh, that's always a thing.
That's why we don't like comic continuity. We can't keep any of this straight.
My coffee
and it always resets every 5 years.
Hey, you're drinking coffee while listening to this stream, dog. I feel like that's on you.
All right, we got 2 more to go through. Critter?
All right, 65, right?
Yep.
Oh, we're not going to make it to 69.
Oh,
damn.
No.
It's a funny number. All right, 65. Sexual tension and chemistry are not the only indicators of a potential relationship. And in a relationship, it's the quickest thing to fade. What do you mean, chemistry?
Yeah, I was sexual tension.
Mean dynamics?
But just the chemistry, the dynamics, like the way the characters interact. That's the heart of a relationship.
What?
Yeah.
What? Okay, I understand sexual tension to a certain extent. Chemistry? What the fuck? What do you mean?
This has to be another instance of her not knowing what a word actually means, right?
Yes. Yes. Chemistry. Like, guys, all of our like boyfriends and girlfriends and shit like that, like, your chemistry with them are going to fade. Now live with them for arbitrary reasons for the next 20 years.
I was gonna say, like, part of the fun of it, like, if you actually write a stable relationship, watching characters grow together is sort of the point. I mean, that's what the whole idea of marriage is. The marriage is not the end of a relationship into like some weird stagnant pool. Typically speaking, at least I know in the Christian belief, and I think also in Hindi and like in India, It's two people coming together to go on a journey together. You are now one team together going into the unknown to strike out on your own. Like that's kind of the idea behind it.
And
to be kind of fair to Lily, I think that she's saying, like, I don't think that she means chemistry in general. I think she means sexual tension and sexual chemistry.
So she's being redundant.
I guess. It's so weird because I can't think of a single like a critique of a media where people praised a relationship or a relationship dynamic and they didn't bring up the chemistry. So I can't imagine how she couldn't understand how this word
I was gonna say,
works.
like, it also considering the amount, the kind of energy that, or the things that she watches, what you know is she watches, it's a weird way to frame it, honestly.
Yeah.
Because, like, a lot of the characters are underaged, and, like, when you have a lot of kids who are underage, even, like, teenagers, I don't typically think of them, like, the shipping in a sexual context. Like, when I ship Ochako and Izuku, sure, maybe years down the line, I could see them getting hot and heavy under the sheets, but, like, that's not what I'm imagining in the moment. I'm just seeing these two characters who are very cute and act very kindly and loving towards one another, and I find that very endearing. It's a very, it's a very, a very pure view of the love. Like, that's typically how I view most children's medias and shipping.
Cue all the Detroit Smash jokes.
Like, she is technically correct in that, yes, sexual tension and sexual chemistry is the first thing to fade in a relationship. But by that time, what is usually replaced is genuine love and affection for the person that you had the sexual chemistry with. And, like, it is not the only indicator in a ship anyways. The majority of people ship people together not for their sexual capacity, but because they have good characterization when they're together.
Yeah, we literally make fun of the coffee shop AU shit because those types of things hold a huge monopoly on people's fan fiction and perception of these characters and their dynamics all the freaking time. Like, it's so crazy, right? And like, dude, what?
Right back.
Okay, I really want to understand what show in the past 20 years it just has the sexual tension and nothing else. The only thing I can name is fucking 50 Shades of Grey, and that's about it.
I guess. I feel like this isn't even like a writing tip. I feel like this is like a weird justification or excuse for her having a rare pair. Like, oh yeah, these characters don't talk to each other, but that's because they don't need to have chemistry. It's here's my excuse.
Critter, writing tip is a social construct, okay?
Yeah, it's very weird that she thinks that everybody except for herself are only shipping characters together in order to have sexy times together.
Yeah.
When that's not true.
No.
Like, a vast majority of people like fluffy relationships as well. I know Raymond is one of them.
Hell yes. Give me that fluff.
Yeah, I love it too.
Like, okay, a good example kind of cropped up, and I was actually kind of embarrassed because I don't think it panned out quite the way I'd expected it. But in Shugokara, Rima and that art boy, I kind of thought that they were going to be like kind of a cute little thing, but I presume that because I thought they were going to be like he was going to be a recurring character. I don't know if that's the case or not, considering it was a canon episode. I think, wasn't it? It should have been, considering it had a huge growth moment for Rima. Like, those characters were like what, 10 years old? I'm not gonna, or something like that. Or no, she's
they're in 6th grade right now, so they're
she's dying. Lily's got her.
No.
Lily sinks in from behind Twi and just like wraps her up.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Oh no. But yeah, they're like 12, 11, 12.
Yeah, they're 12.
They're like
Yeah.
like, I'm not thinking about. God knows if I even try saying it, I'm gonna be put on a fucking list. Whatever you would be
I was
expecting
about
here,
to
Lily.
say.
But like, I'm thinking of like, oh, they're cute. They have a cute dynamic together, and I can actually
Yeah.
see like them building off another because there's kind of like there's this like it's pseudo antagonistic energy between them because one's kind of a tsundere and one's kind of got this kind of kudere kind of thing going on. Like they have a good
Right.
dynamic, and like I think I would like to see them doing cute things together. Like that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what
And
happens when you don't talk to people.
Yeah.
There is a lot of romantic aspects to Shugokara. Like the main character, she has like a whole pseudo harem thing going on with all of these crushes that she has with all of these different boys. And the thing that Shugokara is establishing is that these are like her first loves because she is starting to go through puberty and starting to learn about like the more adult world, quote unquote, and just navigating
that sometimes manifests more directly than other times.
Right.
Yeah, Amu is a little bit of a pervert, but she gets called out on that quite a bit
by herself,
that's part of the
technically speaking.
Yeah, by herself, by her katas, and by one of her love interests who is a troll.
Cursed Knight
But,
says, a nice dynamic is a merciless knight and a barbaric woman, a man that chokes down his enemies with utter brutality, and a woman that overwhelms with sheer power. Cursed Knight, I can't help but notice there's a knight in that dynamic, and I'm just wondering if you're like, is this like your dating app profile? Is that what you're looking for? You kind of sending a feeler out there? Any barbaric women out there that are willing to overwhelm me with sheer power? I'm getting that kind of feeling from you, buddy.
Go to adventurersmeet.com.
Oh, Coffee Shop AU. I'm confused. What is it, Celtic Phoenix? Okay, so this is a dynamic that I've noticed in fandoms, and it's been talked about. Typically speaking, in a lot of fandoms, they will create these AUs where characters either work at or regularly patronage a coffee shop, typically some mixture of it. So you would get like a Madoka Magica fan fiction where Madoka and Mami are like working at a coffee shop, and you would have characters like Kyoko and Sayaka and Homura visit, and you would have like the cute barista. Oh, she looked at me. I'm so blushy over it. Should I ask her out? Like the big thing is like, should I ask her out? Oh no. And then they do, and they go on these cutesy little dates like to the movies. And it's usually very soft and fluffy. Nothing's really complicated. I think maybe the worst you get is, oh no, we can't afford to pay off this repair to the coffee shop, and we might have to close. And then everyone teams together and works together to fix it or something like that. Like it's a lot of very low stakes stuff. And what you typically see that as a part of are fandoms with a lot of grim, dark things going on. And then you typically see the inverse with shows that are very light and bubbly, where you get like a grim, dark AU where they get put into a war or something, because people typically want what they don't have. It's like the kind of what we landed on with that.
Yeah.
Caillou in the Battle of Normandy.
That was a curse night confirming.
Nice.
Nice.
Buff chicks in your area.
Best of luck to you, Curse Knight.
Yeah, the infection AU for My Little Pony happening right now. Good example. I was thinking of Equestria Fallout, but that's yeah.
Yeah.
It alarms me that you have two people that immediately back to back brought up the infection AU.
It's cool.
I'm not going to ask if the infection is it a zombie AU?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
All right. 66.
Final point.
Yeah. The best potential romantic partner for a character is her best friend. They're best friends for a reason. And also, sometimes the best friend is also the sister.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Before we dive into
call
this,
Alabama.
before we plan,
I
Tiny
call
Tree
my
says-
best friend my sister. So
Tiny
Oh
Tree
my
says,
gosh.
okay, but coffee shop AU, but it's shonen manga going to be the ultimate coffee shop or something. Like, that could be fun. That could be fun.
Yes.
Anyway, on to this point.
You also don't call your best friend / sister your romantic partner, Critter.
Yeah. I was going to say,
yes.
like, why is Celtic extra quiet? I even turned up my gain before the stream. What the hell?
Maybe your
You sound
microphone's
loud to
dying.
me.
Oh, I hope not. This is such a nice microphone.
Maybe it's
Oh.
just the cord. Maybe it's an easy fix.
Maybe. Or maybe,
Maybe.
I'm
Maybe
just
it's
always
Maybelline.
quiet. But yeah, no, no, they're best friends for a reason. I don't secretly pine to suck my best friend's cock. Like, I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about, Lily.
dude. Like,
Like-
I don't know about that.
I don't.
Like it. This dynamic, because it is another dynamic. This trope.
Yeah.
it can work
Oh,
for
yeah, it definitely
certain
can work.
stories,
Like, as a
but not.
as a voracious Yuri shipper, yeah, I can see it. I can see it working. I've definitely shipped best friend characters before, but I also
Mhm.
recognize that what's good about their relationship is that they are also friends. So, like,
Mhm.
I could live with them not being a couple, even if I think they would probably be better together than, say, their canon love interest or something like that.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
say, I think something interesting in regards to, you know, why friendships are valuable in a different way, because you talked about this a lot, Raymond, when you said that romantic relationships and like genuine, like, friend relationships and stuff like that, they're both meaningful in different ways. I think that there are ways in which you interact with a friend that can be beneficial towards them that is different, that would be much more difficult to do if you were, sleeping with them or having a relationship with them. Like, I feel like in a lot of ways, when you're best friends with someone, you're more likely to be honest about certain things. You're more
Mhm.
willing to do that, or at least especially story wise. There's always like that moment in a story where, the person in a relationship is being an idiot, and the person outside of it who's just a really good friend is telling them to get off their ass and actually think for once. Like, that's valid. That's an incredibly, like, thought-provoking thing. And you don't have to make them, a couple in order to do that. I don't think
Mhm.
that's a best choice, really, all that much. It kind of just depends on the context. So yeah.
Yeah, just another bad piece of advice because it's not strictly true. It's just
Mhm.
there.
Yeah.
Also, like, again, incredibly subjective on Lily's part, because I find personally as somebody who frequents playing otome games, the best friend option, the childhood best friend option in a lot of otome games, the most boring option.
Yeah,
I
typically.
know. Oh my god.
Like, I'm not gonna lie. The one that comes
We're gonna have a
closest to
civil
me
war.
for like actually very compelling is like Sayori from Doki Doki Literature Club, and I love her to death. But that poor girl needs so much more help than a romantic interest.
Yeah.
Also, Seawits, your best friend and SO will both be loved in vastly different ways. There's that. There's also, like, you ever heard of division of labor? Like, sometimes there are things you can only come to your best friend with, and sometimes there are things you can only come to your significant other with. And sometimes they're not mutually compatible. Like,
Yeah.
Not according to Lily's Venn diagram.
I was gonna say, like there are things I know I can only talk to with a friend, and
Yeah.
I know that there are things I can only talk to with my significant other, with Twilight. Like, I know that. Like, we have a level of trust in certain ways, and like we both understand our boundaries. I know that she has friends that she talks to about different things. I trust that she's getting what she needs from them, and she's getting what she needs from me. And if we have problems along the way, we can communicate about it. Like, that's just how that works. Like, we are
so
best friends
funny.
in a way, but it's not it's not the same kind.
It's not in the same way, yeah. It's so funny how someone who professes that, relationships and love and things and all this kind of stuff are so much more complicated than what people make them out to be. And yet she is the one putting all of this shit in a fucking box. It's unreal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And like my mother is in a sort of like best friend relationship with her husband, and they have a dynamic where they talk to each other about everything, and that works for them. Like they don't keep secrets from each other, and that's healthy for them, but that doesn't mean that that necessarily works for everybody. Like with what Raymond said, sometimes there's things that we can't talk to each other about. And even though that I do try as much as possible to emulate my mother's relationship with her husband, I still respect Raymond's boundaries in when he says that there's some things that he just doesn't want to talk with me about.
And that's perfectly healthy.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine. Everybody has their boundaries, and there's nothing wrong with a story that has characters with different boundaries. There's so many friendships in shows and things like that. They're so much better than the romances.
Celtic, you can't be someone's romantic partner. You're not a girl. No. 67 is a really big issue with you. Well, I'm sorry we're not getting to 67 today because we gotta just cut ourselves off here because we've been going for 4 hours. We have been going. We gotta draw the line somewhere, and apparently we can get through 33 points just fine in a session, like right up to the wire, which I'm glad we figured that out. That actually worked out really well.
Yeah.
Now, before we get into anything else, I want to pull up the jacked art that we got from Deaderex.
Yeah.
If I can pull up. No, I did not want to pull up Photoshop. No, there we go. All right.
Rebel Moon. Inverse Rebel Moon.
Oh, I know why. Properties. It's not a. Wait, it is. The fuck? Discord. There we go. There we go. Call of Duty gay ops.
Yeah.
Modern gay fair.
Oh, absolutely magnificent work, Deaderex. Absolutely magnificent work.
110%.
Okay. Well,
it's so fucking funny.
We are nearing the end of the stream, and we have sort of unfortunate announcement.
Yeah.
It turns out. Oh, you want to do the honors?
This is gonna be my last Team Jacked stream. Don't worry, it's nothing malicious or nothing bad happened. I secretly hate them all now. No, it's
yes,
it's
especially
mostly
that Kaiser guy is so annoying.
Wow, can't handle machines. It's mostly just a scheduling issue. Scheduling, it's kind of been an issue bubbling in the background, and things are just happening in my life, and Tuesdays aren't going to work for me anymore. Maybe I could come back at times in the future, but it'll be like a more like dedicated scheduling thing for that to work out.
Yeah, more of a guest spot.
Yeah, but this was my swan song, I suppose. I didn't want it to be like a big deal or anything. Sorry.
No, don't feel bad about it.
Just wanted to make sure everyone got a chance to say goodbye to the regular hosting, and then they'll be more excited to see you return whenever you guest host.
Yeah.
On that note, does anyone have anything they want to share about their own creative endeavors currently?
110%. Just today, I released my newest video, which is half a stream highlight of my very first live stream, and a response to Johnny Two Cellos and Kaiser Neko of Team 4 Star fame. Is Amber misunderstood? I released it today, and it already has almost 2,000 views, but I know we can get that shit higher, people. So if y'all want to watch it, I'm posting it in chat. Go ahead and do so. Share it around. Do whatever you feel like. It's already picking up some interesting attention that I will take care of in my own time, in my own ways.
You beat
But
me,
yeah,
Raven.
overall, what?
New Dederex art.
Oh, sweet. Oh my god, show it. But yeah, if anyone is interested, definitely check it out and share it around. This was a really fun one to make. And I hope, and everybody, of course, who disagrees with the people I'm talking about, please be respectful about it.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. By the way, this is the new Dederex art, which is
It's
going
like
taken out in Twilight. I love the little nubby hands you have, Twilight. That's like so cute.
I know, it was so cute.
I love how both of these were created as a result of my joke.
Oh. What about you?
She almost looks like Shigo.
Yeah, she does a
kind
little
of.
bit.
Yeah.
Anything on your end, Critter? Because I know you just wrapped up Twisted Fates.
Reverse Fates.
Reverse Fates.
Yes.
Sorry.
All 10 episodes, the first volume is out. You can watch all of it. I'm gonna start working on the second one. Someone in chat, as legit as it gets, asks how we're gonna do more One Piece without me. I would be happy just watching them reacting to One Piece, honestly, because I've already seen it.
Okay.
So I'd be happy if you continue on without me. It's fine.
I mean, you can get Twi in here, obviously.
I'll have to watch the one episode or a couple of episodes that you guys watched.
2 episodes.
Okay, yeah.
They're super good.
They're really good.
I'm excited.
I have a new video coming out tomorrow, which is a short little fun one. I'm working on another video talking about my favorite Ruby songs from each volume. That's one that I've been working on for a while. I'm gonna do my Nuzlocke on Friday. I'm not dead, amazingly. I survived Melanie. And then also not this Friday, but next Friday, I'm gonna do a extra super special stream where I talk about the character designs from Ruby Reversed Fates, including some like sketches and behind the scenes stuff. So that's what I've got planned.
All right, Twi, you got anything?
And no, because I was at the anime convention all last week, and then I've been sick the past like however many days that I've been back home. So I have not been working on anything in that time. Maybe I've been working on my phylogeny chart, but that's not something that's going to end up on my channel anytime soon. Maybe on a Redbubble one day or something like that. If people want an incredibly extensive evolutionary phylogenetic chart of as many magical and mythical creatures throughout all of the world's history as I could realistically find, and acted as though they were real life creatures that lived in the world and figured out how they would be related to each other.
Are there goblins on that list?
Yes, there are goblins.
Oh my god, anti-Semite.
Oh no!
Sass! It's racist!
On the spoke for
hang on.
More?
Sean, I got sick from my friend who got it from her mother, who was also at the con, which I also might have gotten it from her mother, so I knew the person who infected me.
I was gonna say also don't forget donation links to Charlie. That's still going?
Yes.
That's still down in the description. Donate to Charlie.
Yeah, we had to postpone the surgery by getting something else for him, and he has to recover from that first, and then he'll hopefully get the surgery. But we're still hoping for donations to minimize the impact financially on my mother and my stepdad as much as possible.
Good. Nothing major on my end. Still got Bad Fan Fiction Night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on Friday nights here on the channel. where me and Twy, along with the rest of the Tundra, read through bad fan fiction. If you join in this time, you'll have a chance to vote on the next fanfic that we actually end up reading. So very exciting! You're going to get to see the whole list of things that we have ready to read because we just finished Ratfic 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was so happy about Ratfic too.
See, other than that,
It was
let's
so
see.
good.
One thing I keep forgetting to announce is I do have a shop now. It's currently up. There is a Teespring
sweet.
for Celtic Phoenix Productions. I think you can access it through. I don't have a link in the channel in the thing down below, but you can find it on the channel. I'm pretty sure there's a shopping tab now on YouTube because I'm pretty sure I linked it. Otherwise, just Google Teespring Celtic Phoenix, and I'm pretty sure you'll find it. But yeah, go ahead. There's some cool stuff there from a series that rhymes with mixing doobie. And there's also you can get a cute Kelpie on a shirt. So yeah. Also, why my Siri went off? That was weird.
She won some of that doobie.
Anyway. Yeah, other than that, still I'm plugging away at all these other things in the background. Hopefully I'll get more out to you soon. I feel like I'm getting close with my My Hero video, but you never know. Things will crop up and slow me down, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.